There we go. All right, you're good to go.
Good to go. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Welcome to the Law Committee meeting of the Troy City Council, November 18th. If you will join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, I have the flag right here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Roll call, members of the Law Committee, Council Member Ash McPherson. Present.
Present.
Council Member McDermott.
Here.
And Chair Steele present. So all members of the Law Committee are present. In addition, we have Council Members Zalewski and Cummings. I see members of the administration, including the mayor, deputy mayor, comptroller, and commissioner of planning and economic development. I'm not sure that they're all here for the law meeting, but welcome. We have one item on the agenda. It's a resolution establishing and appointing an independent commission to examine the population within the boundaries of the 6 council districts of the city of Troy and to recommend a plan of redistricting if required. It's by Councilmember Zalewski. I would entertain a motion to bring this forward for discussion.
I'll make a motion.
There's only 3 of us on this committee, right?
Right, Councilmember McDermott. And I guess we'll ask Councilmember Ash McPherson to second it.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, very good. All right, so we have before us the resolution. Any discussion, questions, comments?
I do. So let me just go over this. All right, first thing I want to say, we're just putting this up now. Do we know why we're just doing it now?
Well, perhaps we ought to have just a synopsis from the sponsor. How would that be? And then maybe some of our questions will be answered in that way. Does that work for you, council member?
Sure. Sure.
Okay.
So I got a couple questions. So yeah.
Okay, let's start with that. So Council Member Zalewski, would you want to bring us up to speed on this, please?
Sure, yes. So actually, I just to go back a little bit, in 2015, I, along with Mayor Madden and a bunch of other folks, served on the City Charter Revision Commission. And we had a lot of good government groups, of course, give us commentary and testimony. And one of the issues that was raised during that process was the issue of redistricting and how traditionally council districts had been drawn by the city council themselves, similar to how the state legislature traditionally drew its own districts, and the assembly drew their own district lines, and the state senate did their own. And there's been this push to put an end to this notion of elected officials choosing their voters. It should be the voters choosing their elected officials. And the way to accomplish that, or at least one of the ways, is to have an independent redistricting commission. So that issue came up during the 2015 meetings of the Charter Revision Commission. It was well received by the commission, and lo and behold, it was added to the charter, and it is now section C2 of our city charter. The time to implement that, well, actually, we're a little bit past the time. We're still in the window, but the window of time for that started back in August when the 2020 census data was published by the Census Bureau. And once that happens, based on section C2 of the charter, there's a 6-month window to appoint a redistricting commission. And that commission, the first thing they need to do, by the way, it's not just, oh, let's just draw lines. The commission has to examine the current population statistics in the 6 districts and make sure that they're in compliance with the charter, which states that no council district shall have more than 18% of the city's population, nor shall any council district have fewer than 13% of the city's population. I think that we have fallen out of whack over the years, certainly over decades now, and that we do need to re-examine the population of the council districts. I also think, this is me personally speaking. I can't speak on behalf of the rest of the council, but I think that council districts should respect neighborhood cohesion and keep neighborhoods together. And I'll just speak about my own district. My own district's been tough. I've been representing it for 10 years, and it's a diverse district. I always say it's Troy's most diverse district, but it's that way because many years ago, someone decided to draw the district in a way that encompassed both down the hill, Little Italy, Washington Park, and Osgood, and then extended the district all the way up the hill into the east side, but not really including all of the east side. It's just, it splits right down the east side. That's not, in my opinion, that's not good for neighborhood cohesion. You want your elected representatives to represent an entire neighborhood, not portions of neighborhoods, et cetera, et cetera. So that's one of my personal motivating reasons why I think it's important. But the bottom line is that we are in that window now, and we should be examining at a minimum what the charter mandates, which is the 13-18 rule. No fewer than 13%, no greater than 18% population. And now is the time. If you're asking Kim why I didn't put it forth sooner, actually I just forgot. I was in the middle of an election, as you were, and I wasn't thinking about it at the time. I'm always thinking about it because people ask me all the time, like, what's going on with our districts and population, and it's been an area of interest of mine for many, many years. But now our census data is available, and we should act on it. And the nice thing about the commission is it takes it out of our hands. It's not the city council that has to use the data and try and figure things out. We put it in the hands of what we hope will be capable people, and that's our job, is to find capable people, people that are either neighborhood leaders, people that know how to crunch data, folks that are they're involved in the city and that care about good representation, and that starts with good district lines. So that's kind of where I'm approaching it from.
Thank you. Before we move on, member, I want to let the record show that Council President Mantello has joined us, as well as our Corporation Counsel, Rick Morrissey. Any other folks joined during the? Okay. So Kim, you've been with us all along, and you get to ask the question.
Good, thank you. So Ken, can you tell me, you got it down here that the independent commission shall report its findings to the city council on or before, and that's blank, when?
I think we should talk about that. What kind of deadline we want to set. The charter does not mandate a time frame for the independent redistricting commission to do its work. So I think that's up for debate. We could either fill that line in tonight, or we can.
Well,
I think we need to hear back from the Board of Elections on.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah.
When they need it by, basically.
Yeah.
Well, and I guess, I'm like, why are we putting it up now, a week before Thanksgiving, and we don't know when we're going to have the findings? Shouldn't this be something that we should have with the new council coming in?
Well, the commission will be doing its work throughout the new council's tenure, but there's no reason
It
why
can be tough for them to hit the 6-month deadline as well,
Yeah.
Why?
because August to January is 6 months.
Right. So in January, they could put together a commission, couldn't they? I just
Sure.
think it's being rushed. This is something that we just shouldn't be rushing it right through at the last minute. That's where my concern is. We have, 12 days left in November, 31 days in December with holidays and whatnot. You're going to put a commission together that quickly, and I'm just concerned with that. I understand this is very important to be done. You say you have such a diverse district. I have 2 school districts in my district. It's huge. So, I mean, this is very serious and something that really needs to be evaluated correctly. So that's where I'm coming from.
So Chair, if I can respond to that. I think you said yes.
So sorry, I'm muted. Council members Zaluski,
Yeah,
please.
so again, this is not, we're not trying to do the work that the commission is supposed to do. We're literally just putting together the commission. It's similar to us. It's 7 members. And the charter mandates that no more than 4 members can be in the same political party. So we're going to have to check people's voter registrations. They have to be resident electors of the city of Troy. So they have to be registered voters. We will check their parties and we'll make sure that, folks, that there's a spread of political parties, no more than 4 in one. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy work. I mean, we just have to put forth some names and assemble the commission. Like that's it. The work is what the commission has to do, which is analyzing the census data, drawing maps, looking at how when you move the census tracts around or the district lines around, how that affects the population and all of that. That's the actual work of the commission. But us, what we have to do, I mean, again, we could have done it last month. I just, forgot about it. But there's no reason why we shouldn't do this now.
Council President Mantello, do you have a question?
Okay, sorry about that. I just got home from work. Couple observations, questions. I do agree with the Independent Redistricting Commission. I definitely go on record. I think it's super important. Councilmember Zaluski mentioned the East Side merged with Little Italy. If you think about too, the East Side, one side of the East Side is 5, one side of the East Side is 6. And I know a bunch of folks on the East Side would like to see a little more continuity. Part of Hillsview Heights is 6, part of Hillsview Heights is 5. Saying all of that, we have a 10-year census now. We need to use it. So I support the concept. 2 major things. One, the timing. I mean, obviously, for this majority to appoint a redistricting commission when a new majority is coming into office in January, obviously, the majority, the members appointed are going to be majority controlled. We're going to send our names. I would think we'll probably get 3 and the majority will get 4. And that's just talking very candidly. So the timing is suspect to me. I don't think that this majority who's on its way out should be appointing folks when a new majority is coming on board. I do agree, like I said, with the Independent Redistricting Commission, we do hope, as Councilmember Zaluski stated, that they truly are independent folks, but we all know we're seeing what's happening at the state level. Let's not be naive. No matter what, some folks are going to have ties, etc. But at the end of the day, they're going to do their job. My second super major concern, this is even more of a bigger concern, Councilmember Zaluski and Council, than the timing, is the budget. I mean, these folks are going to be volunteering their time, and they actually have to really roll up their sleeves and work. And I do think that they need some access, not to a ton of money, but you can't just aimlessly put them out there and ask them to do this without a little bit of money. And honestly, more importantly, a little bit of technical assistance in terms of City Hall, access to information, etc. So I am concerned. It's a huge job for this commission to undertake. And I just, I think the timing's off. I think we should potentially look, not a ton of money, a little bit of money for them to get their job done. They're going to have to produce a report. I mean, it is a really big deal. And they're going to need some access to at least a little bit of staff in City Hall to help them with their efforts. So I just see it much more than this resolution And my recommendation, and I'm all for it, Councilmember Zaluski, I think it just needs to be better planned, better timing. And honestly, I really do think that the new council coming in should appoint the Independent Redistricting Commission. And those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members have comments? Council member Cummings?
I'll just note, I did, in preparation for this, a little bit of analysis and just some searching online, found there are some incredibly capable free online software now. I think things have come a long way in terms of what's available to people doing redistricting. Certainly some consultation with the Board of Elections and consultation with the state redistricting will likely be necessary. But in terms of like mapping software, things like that, I don't think resources will be necessary for those, the technical aspects of doing this work. I think the important part of the work is more about that neighborhood character discussion that Ken was talking about, making sure that we're appointing folks who are able to balance those things and try to unite neighborhoods. So it's really about knowledge of the city of Troy and outreach to the city of Troy more than, the technical GIS capabilities kind of thing. That stuff's pretty available now. I also just like philosophically want to note my hopes and dreams for this redistricting process, just to put them on the record. It's not something that it'll go to the commission, but I'd like to have it on the record, have from my experience campaigning and being on the council for the last several years. I think there are several things that could use some improvement on the district lines. One certainly is the balance of population. We are out of whack in terms of evenly distributing population. District 6 in particular, District 6 is significantly higher than the 18%, and District 4 is technically meets the 13%, but just barely. But more importantly, Districts 3 and 4 carry most of the RPI students and SAVE students, which count as residents, but often are not voters. And while we encourage them to participate in our elections, in effect, what that means is that those districts have fewer participating voters in their districts. So splitting that up a little bit could be helpful as well. And then certainly districts 5 and 6, as discussed, split the east side. They also split the flats. And what we've seen in many recent elections is that ends up meaning that both representatives are from the east side, and the flats don't necessarily get the representation. Not that the sitting council members aren't doing everything they can to meet with those neighborhood groups and represent them nonetheless, but it's rarely actual residents from those neighborhoods who end up sitting on the council. And then, I think those are my primary. I feel like I had a list. I'll double check, but I'll pass the torch for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Any other comments from any other council members or administration representatives concerning this issue? Well, I'll be sticking around, so I have an interest in this. And as Councilmember Cummings knows, in many instances, our districts divide streets. One side of the street will be in one district, and another side of the street in another district.
Leaf
and-
piles are in my district and the leaf throwers are in your district.
Exactly. Those are the big issues that we deal with. So it is an important issue. Our corporation counsel has his hand raised. Rick?
I just wanted to point out a couple of things. One is that the charter requires that the council appoint this commission within 6 months of the census availability. I believe that's about August 12th, the earliest date the data became available. So that would be by February 12th. Secondly, it appears to me that whichever council appoints the commission, the new council will ultimately probably make the decision with respect to redistricting. And the new council, while it's supposed to use the commission's findings to the greatest extent possible, is not really hard and fast bound to follow those recommendations exactly. So whatever you choose to do, I just wanted you to understand that.
Thank you. Those are important points to bring out. Thank you, Rick.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, I think it's time to decide what we're going to do with this resolution. I would move that we bring it to the council for a full vote in December.
I'll make a motion.
And so we have a motion and a second. All in favor of moving this forward for action by the full council, please signify by aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Chair, I just like to say I'm going to vote no on this because our corporate counsel just said to us, we have until February 12th really to get this set up and going, and that would bring the new council to be able to make the decisions as far as, and I think we're just kind of rushing this right now, so I'm going to vote no.
Okay. The resolution passes 2-1. I just would echo Rick's comments that the new council has the ultimate decision on what happens. So what we're just doing is helping out the new council by getting the ball rolling, getting the process underway. The final decision will be made by the new council, which you and I will be part of.
Sure.
So, Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, to that point, certainly, we were all elected and represent these districts during 2020 and during the census and during, when this data became available. I think it's reasonable for us to have a say in how this moves forward. As Rick said, it's not going to be the final say, but it's a thing that we'll all participate in, and I'll be keenly watching the process and make sure that it's fair and it's ends up enhancing the representation of all of our neighborhoods.
Thank you. Council President Mantello, you have a question?
Nope, not a question, just a comment. As I stated earlier, I heard all the comments, and Councilmember Cummings, you're, very, very good with IT and GIS, et cetera, et cetera. But I really do think it's a little short-sighted not assisting this commission. If you think about it, the Charter Commission, in the past, they've received a little bit of help. I do feel that just aimlessly saying it's not like these folks, they're doing it voluntarily. So I'm sure they're going to do a fantastic job, but at the same time, for this council, and I get it, you feel it's important. Well, why didn't you feel it was important back in August, September, October? Saying that it's all matter of control. let's really be honest with each other. And this council majority wants some control over the appointments to the independent commission. No matter what, you'll get 4, we'll get 3. Saying that, let's not turn it into a political commission. Let's truly make it an independent commission. And I just really feel that something in there needs to be some assistance from City Hall, and then B, obviously, maybe a little bit of money. They're going to need some money to produce the report, etc. So I just think the whole thing has not been fully planned correctly. And once again, I really would feel much better if this was held off for the new majority and not slid in at the end of the year. Thanks.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, first of all, the Charter Revision Commission did not receive financial help. We did the work ourselves, and we all worked on that final document. I think back then we used a Google document and took all of our notes from meetings and just kept revising the charter until it was done. But we did not get help. The Composting Commission did not get help. The Time Warner Franchise Agreement Commission. We generally have not funded our commissions, and as Councilman Cummings has pointed out, there's plenty of software out there, free software that allows you to take census data, project it onto a map, and then draw lines and reproject based on population. It's complicated. Years ago, this was a very complicated process. Nowadays, with Google Maps or any other standard mapping software, this is a piece of cake for folks. I think it's, while I agree that maybe they might need some money to do something, overall I just don't see that as a hurdle to get over for. And in terms of staff being available, I'm sure the mayor can make staff available if necessary. I don't think that's really, I don't see how city staff have to even participate, but if the commission feels that they need to bring in city staff, I'm sure that there's city staff that will be available. And again, Carmela's correct. Obviously, whichever council appoints the commission, it's, this whole argument is over, 4 versus 3, but I would say, look, I'm getting paid until December 31st, so I'm doing my job. And actually, this is an issue that's very, very important to me. And if this is my way of being able to be, a small part of it, then, I want to move forward. There's really nothing to slow us down here with this. It's not like it's being rushed. We're passing a piece of legislation. We got to put 7 names on there. And, I've already started the process of reaching out to organizations that I think would be excellent contributors to a commission, and I'll throw them out there. I have nothing to hide. League of Women Voters right on their own website. Redistricting is one of their top issues. I think that maybe having a member of the League of Women Voters participating would make sense. The Troy NAACP, and we want diversity on the commission. The Justice Center of Rensselaer County, they've attended a bunch of our meetings, having someone, basically any of these good government or civic groups, I think makes a lot of sense to involve people, neighborhood leaders, throw out names. Like, we don't have to wait until the December council meeting to throw all the names out there and surprise everybody. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's pledge to put the names out at least, 3 or 4 days before the December council meeting, and we can talk about it. Obviously, the current majority, has the final say, but it has to be within the guidelines of the charter, and the charter's made it very clear that it's got to be a politically diverse commission. So, I know it's a lot of discussion and all that over what amounts to really 4 versus 3. And the new council will have the final say. And actually, the mayor will technically have the final say, because if the commission does a ton of work and then a new majority says no, we don't like it, and changes all of that work, the mayor will say no, I'm going to veto it. So it's everyone's got to work together on doing what's best for the city. It's that simple. Thanks.
Thank you.
Chair. Oh, Jim.
Okay. Sorry. Councilmember Gully has joined us. I didn't see him. He's not showing up on my screen. I apologize, Jim. We've voted, but we are continuing discussion, so please, please join us with your comments.
Just quickly, I just want to mention that although, Ken, I know you mentioned that the mayor would veto, we don't know what the mayor will do until he sees the end product. So it might not be vetoed. It's just a matter of what the end product is, and we just want to make it a fair process throughout the whole piece. So that's all I wanted to say. I just don't want to lead people, the wrong way.
Thank you.
Yeah, can I so I just want to make it, Chair?
Council members,
Actually, I had asked next.
well, he's just answering the question. Go ahead, Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that the mayor is going to veto anything that if the council changes. I'm saying that the mayor will have the final say in what happens. So it keeps everyone in check with each other. It's a good thing. It's a good thing.
I got you. I must have heard just half of it. I'm sorry.
Council President, you have a question or a comment?
No, actually, it's a question. Rick, I guess my question is, does the mayor even, is this a total legislative function? I'm not even sure if the mayor acts on the Independent Redistricting Commission. I'm not sure. That's just a question. I really don't know. Does the mayor act on this legislation, or is it a total legislative function? Because, I do know, the governor isn't signed off on the state Independent Redistricting Commission. So I'm not even sure if the mayor acts. So maybe you could look into that.
Corporation Counsel, did you hear the full, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm sorry, I did not hear. I was just called away for a conference for a second.
Okay.
You want to just,
Rick, I'm not sure, does the mayor actually act after the legislature acts on the plan, not the Independent Redistricting Commission? And even the Independent Redistricting Commission, I don't know if this is purely a legislative function. I'm not sure if the mayor actually does that.
If I understand your question, I'm sorry, you're breaking up a little bit. But it sounds to me, are you asking if the mayor, if it's passed as legislation, does the mayor get to approve or veto? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Yes, correct. I'm not sure if that is part of the Independent Redistricting Commission actions.
I
You know
think
what
I
I'm
should-
saying? Is it just purely a legislative function? Like, for instance, the Commissioner of Deeds, the mayor doesn't act on the Commissioner of Deeds. It's purely a legislative function.
Well-
I know in the charter, obviously, we appoint, et cetera. This is not like an I gotcha moment. I'm asking genuinely.
Okay, well, genuinely, I think that the council's appointments are probably purely legislative. The interesting question to me is when the council finally decides what the district should be, does the mayor have any role in that? And I think I should do a little more research, technically, probably on both of those questions, but because I'm not sure.
Perfect, yeah.
I think this is the first time that C2 has ever been acted upon.
yes, correct.
Yes. Yep,
Okay.
very good.
You have your homework assignment, Rick. Thank you.
Okay,
And I might just mention, we still have plenty of time if this legislation passes in December. We could always amend the budget. We have to act on that forthcoming. So if folks feel strongly about adding money to the budget, there's the opportunity. Any other comments, questions? And if I don't see any, I would certainly entertain a motion to adjourn the law committee
Motion to adjourn.
by Councilmember McDermott. Do I have a second? By Councilmember Ash McPherson. All in favor? Aye. We are adjourned. see you momentarily, or continuing, ongoing.
I'm gonna ask folks, we're gonna take just a quick 3-minute break and I literally haven't been able to get prepared because I just got home and then participate in this, but finance will begin in about 3-4 minutes. Thank you. Correct.
You're muted, Carmela.
Steve looks like he just got back from the gym or something.
Oh, yeah, Rocky.
Just getting comfortable.
Look at you. Okay.
I got this sticker in the mail today.
What was it say? Scientist. I love it.
Of course, Anash is not on right now. He would have enjoyed it, but
He definitely would have. Okay. I think we have everyone here. We are being recorded. Thank you for waiting those 3 or 4 minutes. me. Okay, just have to get my glasses. Okay. Apologize. Councilmember Cummings, I hope that you have a flag. Councilmember Cummings, I hope it, awesome.
Who has
Thank
it?
you. Thank you, Councilmember Steele. All right, we'll get rolling. Okay, let's call the finance meeting to order. It's 6:14, March 18th. I welcome everyone. And I would ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. How about Councilmember Steele, since she's holding the flag?
A repeat performance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. We'll do roll call. Councilmember Gully,
Here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson. You're on mute. Councilmember Steele,
Present.
Present.
Councilmember Cummings,
Present.
Councilmember Zalusky,
Here.
Councilmember McDermott,
Here.
Council President Mantello's here. We have 7 present, no absent. I'll take a motion to approve the prior October finance.
I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as transcribed.
Thank you. We have a motion for the minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, 7-0. Presentation of the agenda. We do have a local law. It's for introduction only. We have a number of ordinances and a number of resolutions, and we'll get right to it. Public forum. Mara, has anyone signed up?
Yeah, we have 3 people signed up. They're all logged in. I'm going to do them in order. So first will be Eric Wisher, then Irene Soriento, and then Kathy Sheehan. So I'm going to move Eric over first.
Very good. Eric Wisher, you are going to join us in a few minutes. Thank you, Eric, for joining us. Hello, Eric. There he is. Hi, Eric. How are you?
Good. How you doing tonight?
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. You are on, sir.
Question on ordinance 100. Where would that money be going? The opioid litigation claims. Where does that go into the budget?
Okay, we'll make sure we have an answer when we get to that reso.
All right. And then resolution 91, they're entering into an agreement with MM Hayes Company Incorporated for purchase, maintenance, and hosting of timekeeping software. I know 25 years ago, the city tried to do something with timekeeping and payroll, and to save money, they came to the unions, and the UFA agreed to go to a biweekly payroll. And in that same period, the PBA did not, which is their right. And because it's a mandatory item of negotiation. So for the next 22 years, the city maintained 2 payrolls, biweekly and weekly. So at the end of the day, the cost savings probably turned into a cost on the city. That's my fear here. If all the unions don't agree to this timekeeping software, are we wasting money here? I believe it's potentially $250,000. Is that money that could be potentially wasted? It seems like we're putting the cart before the horse. Seems like maybe the administration should have came to the city to come to agreement with all the unions that we're going to switch the way we keep time and the way we fill out slips and whatnot. Just giving some background history on that. Hopefully that's not what happens here, but it definitely is a mandatory item of negotiation if it changes for the employee. That's all I have. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Eric, and we'll get some answers in the finance meeting. Thank you.
Next up is Irene Soriento.
Okay, we'll wait for Irene to pop in. Hello, Irene. Welcome to the City Council meeting. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. Welcome to the City Council meeting.
Hi. So I would like to continue with what Eric Wisher had said about Resolution 91. He is right as far as putting the cart before the horse. And that reason being is because this is something that the administration has to work with the unions on. These employees are being impacted or will be impacted on this, whether it's in a good way or in a bad way, but it's something that there's so many kinks involved into this timekeeping system. For instance, if they're going to have kiosks in these buildings. Well, so are they going to make it a policy where the employees would have to punch in and out for lunch? Well, how is that going to work for the DPW employees or any employee that's out in the field? Also, who is going to, and if it's going to be like an automatic thing where lunch is all automatically taken out in that timekeeping system, well, what if an employee does work through their lunch? Who is going to be responsible for manually adjusting their time and train for this? Who's going to have what level of administrative access to this timekeeping system? These are all things that I really recommend that the administration look into this a little bit further before we go ahead and spend over $257,000 on this timekeeping system. There's just, there should be a strong policy that's consistent or try to be consistent with all employees, and to refrain the city from even, having for the employees to even have to file a grievance on any of this. I don't believe, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, I don't believe that it's an issue with having a timekeeping system as far as helpful with payroll wise, but with the whole punching in and out, that might be an issue because of the different job functions that each employee has. So we just want to try and keep that consistency with all employees, make sure it's fair for everybody, and definitely get their feedback. It's very important to get their feedback. And, like I said, we just don't want to waste, go ahead and spend all of this money and then, have it be turned around where it just can't work. So that's all I have to say.
My mute wouldn't come off. Thank you, Irene. We appreciate all that input. Thank you.
Okay, and last but not least, we have Kathy Sheehan.
Yay, Kathy. There she is. Hello, Kathy Sheehan, our favorite historian. How are you?
Unmute. There we go. Can you hear me now?
We sure can. Is it,
Famous
hey,
last word.
Kathy, I said our favorite historian. No offense to
thank
Mike
you.
Barrett. No offense, no offense.
So this is in reference to the resolution about transferring the cemetery records and some of the other historic documents that are part of the city archives and putting them on deposit, not getting rid of them, but putting them on deposit here so they have better accessibility to the public to be able to use them, because we do have open research library hours, and for us to be able to do some much needed restoration and preservation of these documents. There are maps, the cemetery records for Mount Ida Cemetery, to be able to apply for some grants to have those digitized, and again, being able to get that information out to the public. Some of you know about the other probate records that we have from Rensselaer County that go from 1791 to about 1916. There's over 35,000 records. And that database was compiled with our volunteers, and that is now on our webpage, as well as through the Troy Irish Genealogy Society. And so people are able to access that information easier, and preserving those original records. It's amazing how much the original records are really so needed sometimes. If you've ever gone through and looked at microfilm, you realize how bad microfilm is to view and to go through that. So in the process of maybe getting these records, particularly the cemetery records were really critical, that we're able to get those digitized and be able to put that information out. And then people that need to come in to see the originals, and that becomes a very it's a very amazingly personal thing for people, even though they can look at maybe something digital, be able to see something in handwriting, and look at that. And it kind of takes it off your guys' plate to have people not roaming in, but, coming into City Hall and try and set that up where we actually have the facility here in our research library to be able to do that. And the temperature and humidity controls to also take care of those documents. So I just really want to thank you all for considering this, and thank Mara for kind of pulling this whole thing together. And we have also done a little bit of a survey of some of the other records, and kind of just looking at, as a city historian, kind of really looking at, where everything is as far as, kind of historic records.
Thank you, Kathy, and we look forward to the partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
Yep, bye-bye. All right, public forums closed. We'll get right into it. The local law 2, local law amending and replacing Tri-State Code Section 71-2 to increase the number of planning commission members and to change qualifications. Council Member Zaluski, at the request of the administration. This is for introduction only. You'll see later on, there's a resolution calling for a public hearing for that. Ordinance 91, ordinance authorizing the reconveyance of real property acquired by MREM, foreclosure 428 First Street. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 91 carries 7-0. Ordinance 92, ordinance approving settlement and tax certiorari proceedings instituted by Madison First LLC on the assessment roll of the city of Troy. Councilmember Zaluski, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
Make a motion?
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Discussion. Rick, you want to go through this one? Do you mind?
As far as I know, what this does really, the settlement just brings, because of our equalization rate is down to 85%. The settlement brings the assessed value in line with the actual value. In fact, I think the assessed value ends up being $5,000 or so more than the most recent arm's length sale. So it's something that is, if we were to go to a court decision, would be inarguable in a sense.
Okay, any questions for the Corp Counsel? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Ordinance, thank you. Or Lily, I hear you. Ordinance 92 carries 5-2. Ordinance 93, ordinance authorizing the city comptroller to establish a new special revenue fund entitled Miscellaneous Special Revenue Fund. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Andy is with us. Andy, want to explain this one, please?
Yeah, so this is the creation of a new special
Sure.
revenue fund. We currently use the CD fund. It's ordinance 94 to house a lot of the special grants, CDBG, ESG, and home. The New York City Comptroller's Office governs the account numbers that are used. We convert our account numbers to their account numbers when we file the annual update document filing, AUD. In reviewing other possible accounts, this fund actually aligns exactly with all the account numbers that we use for the items that we get moved. It will make things more efficient and easier for the AUD filing and to track, and it is more in line with what we use and how we are accounting for the funds. I've discussed this with OSC. They are in agreement with my thoughts on this moving forward. The first items that will go within this fund are the American Rescue Plan monies that were already allocated to the CD fund. That is on the agenda number 95. Yes, number 95. So that will be the first accounting activity that occurs in this fund. The initials for this fund are CM. So that's what it will be referred to as. But it is, in a nutshell, an accounting piece of legislation.
Thank you, Andy. I did call Andy because I got a little nervous when I saw CM and all this money. I was thinking Carmelo Mantello, multi-millions of dollars. Saying that, does anyone have any questions for Andy? Okay, thank you, Andy. And, thank you. Honestly, I did call Andy on this to get better clarification. So thank you. Any questions? Okay, ordinance 94, we have a motion, or 93, I apologize. We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 93 carries 7-0. Ordinance 94, ordinance amending the 2021 Special Grants Fund budget. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion on ordinance 94. Obviously 7924, we're transferring it from the homeless prevention into the emergency shelter. Is there a reason why we're doing that, Andy?
I can check with Carolyn. I think it's just to reflect the spending of where the monies are going within the programs. Was my knowledge. I can get more specific information from them and have them
Perfect.
forward it along.
Okay, Councilmember Cummings.
Thanks. Yeah, I guess certainly from reading the memo, it sounds like there's additional costs needed for the emergency shelter program. I don't know if a bid came in or if, housing costs are going up. There's all sorts of, or maybe the population that are being sheltered went up. Either way, certainly it'd be good to know that. I think the big question is, are we creating a problem by taking it out of homeless prevention. I don't know if there's anywhere else it could come from. But obviously, when you take money out of homelessness prevention, that can feed a cycle of needing more emergency shelter. So I want to make sure we're not underfunding that homelessness prevention. Obviously, if $8,000 needs to come from somewhere else. I don't know if we can transfer from the general fund or from other places into the special grants fund for that. I imagine that would get complicated, but it would be good to hear from them on the certainty that the homelessness prevention is adequately funded.
Chair.
So I got,
Yeah.
Council Member McPherson, was that you?
No, that was me.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you. Monica?
So also keep in mind that these emergency shelter and the homeless prevention programs also had additional funding streams through CARES. So it could have been something like that. We'll get you the information, but I don't believe that $7,000 is going to up or down, especially when we've received 2 to 3 additional rounds of funding as well. So, and all of those funds are done through the continuum of care and then split up as a group with all of the agency partners that we have. So it's most likely between one or the other, and it's a shared service between the agencies anyway, but we'll get you the details.
Yeah, I think we're just looking for a little detail, that's all. Okay. Oops. Why did you just turn off? Ordinance 94, further discussion? All in
Chair.
favor? Oh, Councilmember Gully.
I've had numerous conversations with Carolyn Skrupczak, and I think she knows her game on this. If she's moving the money out, it's because she knows and has an awareness that it can be moved, or she would have had it come from another source. And I understand where Councilman Cummings come from, and certainly we want to keep both of those lines funded properly so we can take care of our city people. But I have a lot of faith in her, and I think she's done the right thing. And if we need it, we can always get it somewhere else later.
Yeah, just questions. Nobody's saying no faith, just questions. Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Further discussion? All in favor?
I'll just
sorry, Councilmember Cummings.
I'll just note, my concern was not out of lack of faith. It was out of, the memo itself says the reason for it is that there's not enough funding for the emergency shelter. So I just wanted to make sure it wasn't, obviously she needs to fund the emergency shelter if that contract came in that way. I think the important thing is to make the offer of conversation. If she thinks, she may not think there is additional funding available, and maybe there isn't.
I get really, I apologize. I thought I saw it. I apologize. May I say something, Chair?
Councilmember Gully.
Actually, the lines are a little confusing anyways, when you think about it. Homeless prevention and emergency shelter both sound like the same thing in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I don't know what the distinction is between the two lines, but I'm sure that there's a value there, but I'm sure that we're going to make sure that both are properly funded for the people in the city.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Further discussion? All in favor?
aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 94 carries 7-0. Ordinance 95. Ordinance amending the general fund, special grants fund, and miscellaneous special grants fund budgets. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. This goes along with the prior ordinance, Ordinance 93. Any questions, discussion?
What are you going to do with the money, Carmela?
It's miscellaneous. I can't say right now. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, ordinance 95 carries 7-0. Ordinance 96, ordinance amending the 2021 general fund, special grants fund, water fund, sewer fund budgets. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second,
Second, Councilmember Steele. we got a lot going on with this one, Andy. I love Andy's footnotes, and let's just get right into it. I'll open it up for questions, discussion, and I'll let other members go first. I would think that you have some questions, and if not, I'll go away with mine. Anyone? Okay, Andy?
Yes.
Oh, okay, cool. One of the questions, number 4, if we look at the documents for the seeker for the Riverfront Park as part of the comp plan implementation, if we go down to that, we're looking, it looks like we're adding just 8,300. Was that just short 8,300 or?
Steve Strikeman can speak to, this was a request from Steve. I do know it's a 50%. It's a 50% grant for the implementation studies grant. It's required to be matched. We needed the match money, and that was part of this transfer. Steve Agidno can speak to the specifics of this item.
Yeah, so that, I'm sorry. So that was 8,300 that's being, yeah, the $8,300 is coming from, that's why we need the funding. The match is coming out of, I believe it's TRF. So we had for a total of 16,600 to do this. Or no, it's not coming from TRF.
It's the implementation studies grant.
That's not correct.
The local match is coming from the general fund. The total cost is 16,600. 50% comes from the implementation studies grant, and the other 50% is being funded from the city's general fund.
Thank you. Yes.
See that, Andy, you did eventually find the answer. Steve, okay, Andy, I notice celebrations, we're putting in 5K. What's that for?
Chair,
Yes.
that is for the 250th anniversary of Lansingburg on December 4th at Knickerbocker Park.
So we're gonna put 5K in that.
Yes, the Troy Redevelopment Foundation has also ponied up $5,000 to match it as well.
Okay. And I'm sure more to come on that. I wasn't able to make the meeting the other day. I had a Zoom at work. But I'll get filled in by Councilmember Gully. I noticed facilities, Andy, over in number 8. If you look, the consultant services went up about 46K. Do we know what's up with that?
I believe it is the cost of the Siemens maintenance agreement, because we are now paying on the maintenance agreement for phase 1 of the improvements that were done.
Okay. Also, Corp Council, we're putting in 250. Legal counsel based on outside expenditures. Is that in addition, obviously, to what was budgeted, and obviously, for next year? So you're looking at 550 total now for outside attorneys?
Yes. It's an estimate. That does include an estimate to pay the remainder of the year as well.
Okay. One of the other ones I noticed, Andy, was the vital statistics for a consultant. I gotta find that. Okay, it's number 8 on the last sheet, 4 down. We added 5K for the consultant services for vital statistics. What was that for?
They do a lot of the archiving of the records. So it was just to balance the need of the account for the rest of the year.
Okay. And the streetlights, Monica, we had to put another 200 in, is
Correct.
so 1.6. What was that?
That's
Just,
for the streetlights, the 4,400 streetlights. Remember, we had budgeted that we were actually going to be closed prior to this.
So by not closing, it's costing obviously more money or?
No, it's just we don't have the savings. It's the same amount of money that we paid probably year over year. It's just that without the closing and without having the facility charge removed, you don't realize the savings.
Okay. And I noticed, bloop, 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 couple temporary went down in, salaries. Okay. I think I'm pretty square with my scribbled notes. Any other, council members have questions?
Sure.
Councilmember Cummings.
Andy, did we already transfer some out of the fire department permanent salaries with a previous transfer? I'm seeing we're only dropping that by 87,000, even though I know there's a lot of vacancies.
This transfer increases the permanent salary line,
Oh,
87,000.
I'm sorry. I assumed it was drop. Interesting. Why is it increasing?
The contract settlement in the current fiscal year.
Okay, that makes sense. But then, and is that also the driver of the overtime increase? There's a 30% increase in the overtime cost. Is that's more driven by the vacancies, or is that those costs also went up due to the settlement, I assume?
Both.
Okay. So it goes. Yeah, I mean, certainly 30% increase over budget there is concerning. We understand the underlying factors that are contributing to it. I think it's certainly going to play into our discussion of the idea of using overtime to, paying for some overtime with the ARP funds to staff ambulances. They're doing a tremendous amount of overtime already, it seems like. So certainly I'd like to see an analysis of that, actual availability beyond. But no, that's not relevant to this. We'll talk about that in the future. Thank you.
One thing I did notice, Andy, what's the utilities water, the 20K being added to the golf course?
That's for the water bills that the golf courses pays for. City departments pay water bills.
I get it, but we
yeah.
got a
It was
ton
under-
of rain. We got a ton of rain. Why did we need 20K more water?
I can look into the specifics of what occurred there.
Also, keep in mind that we have an ice facility that dumped ice and built new ice and have done stuff like that as well too.
Wouldn't that be under ice rinks, utilities water?
Under Freer Park?
Well, it just says ice rinks in general. I don't know if it's Freer Park or both. And we didn't have an ice rink in the Nick.
Well, also keep in mind, I think this is the annual cost, correct, Andy? It's not a monthly cost. It's the
Correct.
cost for the whole year.
Right, this is the last transfer
I
for
know.
2021. So
Yep.
this is the cleanup of all the accounts. The well is dry, so there will be no more after this.
I get that, sir. This is the major end of the year. I was just curious. It's a lot of money, 20K. But yeah, if you could find out, I can also just call Greg. I was just curious. Okay. Any further questions? Discussion? Okay. All in favor on ordinance 96? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Oh, I'm being told.
Oh, I just got a message from Chris Whalen.
I just got a message that they had no ice in the summer at Freer due to new concrete floor work.
We replaced the meter at the Fair Park Golf Course, which the old meter was not reading properly. So then the amount being transferred is reflective of the actual cost. So there was an effort done this year to replace aging water meters at various city facilities. The golf course was one of them. It appears from what Chris said. And that's the cause of the transfer, is an accurate reading of the water being used there.
Wow, so it's gonna go up that much higher for next year, obviously.
There,
Councilmember Gully. We did vote on the ordinance, but obviously we can still talk about it. Councilmember Gully.
put the old meter in.
Okay, further discussion, questions on ordinance 96. It did pass. We're on to ordinance 97. Ordinance to appropriate funds in the 2021 general fund from the U.S. Department of Justice Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistance Grant, JAG. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 97 carries 7-0. Ordinance 98. Ordinance amending the special revenue budget to accept the New York State Homeland Security Grant for the purpose of purchasing protective and emergency response equipment. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second,
Second, Councilmember Steele, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, ordinance 98 carries 7-0. Ordinance 99, ordinance declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus and directing the office of the city comptroller to sell or dispose of the surplus property. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, discussion, questions? Some really good cars. Yeah, Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, this all seems like it's old stuff. Just wondering why it wasn't included in last month's, but I guess more inventory was done basically.
Yes, it's an ongoing review from various departments and a timing of when we receive the lists to make the agenda deadlines.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, discussion?
Oh, I did have one more question.
Sure, Councilmember Cummings.
These two Toros, are those street snow removal or mower?
I'm not sure. It's something we can check into.
I guess the underlying question there is, well, yeah, just check into that for now.
Will do.
And then there's 3 snow plows. I mean, I'm sure they have justification. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Further questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Ordinance 99 carries 7-0. Ordinance 100, ordinance authorizing settlement of certain opioid litigation claims, to wit, City of Troy, plaintiffs v. certain manufacturers, distributors, and chain pharmacies et al. Defendants. Actions coordinated under caption in regarding opioid litigation index number 4000000. 2017. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
Make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion, Rick, want to take this away? I do recall when we joined the litigation effort.
Well, I guess we joined the litigation effort before I entered this job. We are represented in these litigations by a local firm, Dreyer Boyage, and some of you may be familiar with. They're a very fine litigation firm. This settlement resolves claims against 2 sets of defendants. They are known as one group is known as the distributors and another group is known as the Janssen defendants after Janssen Pharmaceutical. But there's more than one defendant in each group. The total amount of the settlement is based on a formula that I do not pretend to understand. I'm sorry. We are, as I said in the memo, we are a little fish in a giant settlement ocean. The amount we're being allocated is essentially being dictated by the larger defendants, especially the state of New York. So we'll get about a total of 360,000 from these settlements. This will be payable over, the Janssen settlement is payable over 9 years. I think the distributor settlement is payable over 18 years. I estimate that somewhere between 15 and 20,000 a year. The uses to which it can be put are restricted. And to answer Mr. Wisher's question, the money will be spent as the council appropriates, because the council will have to appropriate it. Broadly speaking, the money has to be spent for opioid addiction abatement. There are perhaps 200 different uses it could go to. I think those, we have to look through those and decide which ones seem agreeable to the council, and then the council will decide how that money gets spent. I mean, it could be spent on anything from healthcare to homeless shelters to hundreds of different uses, but they all have to have something to do to ameliorate the effects of the opioid epidemic.
Maybe even providing the Narcan and things to that nature,
Absolutely.
but certainly deterrence.
We could buy that Narcan for our first responders. We could train our first respond. We could use that money to train first responders in administering that. That's a very direct use.
Yeah, good. I apologize. Councilmember Ash McPherson, I think, had her hand up. Councilmember Cummings, she has a migraine. Full disclosure, I hope you feel better, Councilmember. Do you want to go? And
yeah, just real quick, just Rick, when I was trying to read through some of this and I was looking at how they're going to be paying it out, what funds are, where is the money going to be put into? Is it going to fall into the general ledger? Is Andy going to have to make a separate line for this? Is it going to go under your office? Where's it going to go?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, I suppose it would go where we get, I would leave that really up to Andy. I mean, I think it would just go when we get, we recover monies like we did. We had a big settlement on a fire insurance policy and stuff like that. I'm not sure where Andy puts that money, but.
And Andy has his hand up. So Andy, take it away and then we'll hit Councilmember Cummings. Thank you, Andy.
Based off of what Rick and I had discussed with the settlement, the monies would go into that new fund that we just discussed a short time ago, where that is a fund that is to be used for restrictive uses that tie back to an applicable fund, so that it would be in there, and then the council would appropriate within the miscellaneous special revenue fund itself.
Thank you, Andy. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. I guess the main question I have for Rick is sort of we're a small fish in this settlement. Who did decide that this is a fair settlement for these particular plaintiffs? Obviously, this isn't the whole settlement. I know there's been lots in the news about whether or not various settlements of these nature are fair or not. Who made that decision in this case? I assume the court to some degree, and then someone agreed to this settlement.
You're right that the court has to approve the settlement, but I think our decision was made essentially by the Attorney General of the state of New York. And I should also say, I didn't say before, this settles the claims against these two groups of defendants. There are other claims that are outstanding, so there will be hopefully other settlements in the future. How much they will be or who they'll be against, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I just, obviously $20,000 a year gets nowhere near the cost to the city of this epidemic. Not to say that it can. I'm sure we can't extract the full cost of this epidemic through this one lawsuit. So I guess
I attached the settlement documents, just if you want to take a shot at them.
I started. There was
You'll
quite a
see
document.
that the funds are allocated by region and then by the size of the municipalities within the region, and it's very complicated.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. I see Councilmember Gully as his hand raised. Councilmember Gully.
Rick, thank you for the work behind that, even after the fact. And you did answer my question, because I was going to ask you, this seems to be a limited amount of manufacturers and distributors. And I know there's a big world out there of manufacturers, so I'm glad to see that there are other suits coming behind that. And then second, I'll just kind of key up my thoughts, is that I think that we have a bad time trying to figure out this problem of opioid, crack, heroin addiction in our city. I would love to have the council consider one, covering our costs of the supplies, Narcans and needles, whatever they use, and nasal sprays, because that essentially would really at least help, but that has nothing to do with trying to cure the problem. So I would hope that maybe we would consider some way and maybe look at what other municipalities might be doing for some sort of a program within our city limits to help people with addictions. And I'll explain myself a little further if I have some time left. About 3 months ago, I had a 24-year-old kid that I found out my alley that was pretty much breathing very shallow, slumped over his car. He had his girlfriend and a 1-year-old baby in the car. This was 1:30 in the morning. When I went out, he was high on heroin. She was high on heroin, and the baby was just sitting in the back seat. And I took him and tried to bring him up to Samaritan Hospital, which told me, there was no room for him and no program for him. And then I took him over to the St. Mary's, the old St. Mary's, and they said there was nothing they could do with him. I ended up having to call Neil Kelleher Jr., who then directed me to St. Peter's. And I had to go to St. Peter's. When I went to St. Peter's, they said, "Oh, we'll put him in a bed. We'll take care of him." 4 hours later, that young man called me crying, said they left him in a hallway. They gave him 2 slips of whatever they give him, soda boxin, whatever they give him, soda boxin or whatever they give him. They gave him 2 slips and they told him, you come back Monday. We have to be better if we really want to cure this problem. We have to be better at addressing the real problem, which is helping these young kids that get enthralled in this drug and older people, because it affects everybody at every age, on helping them get away from that sensation. And that takes time and effort. So I know 20,000 isn't a lot, but I hope as we start to gain some of these suits come in and we start to regain some more funding, that we really consider trying to get something in this city that can truly help these individuals who are already infected with that addiction, and we can help to do. I had to travel long miles, and you all know most of my situations. So I will just say that unless you've experienced it, you won't know how heartfelt it is for the parents, for the families, and also for the individual who's addicted to that drug, because they can't get away. It isn't as though they just say, "Oh, I'm doing it by choice." They only make the choice the first time. Then they're locked in at the ankle and they can't get away. So I would like to see we consider somewhere in Troy on this side of the river doing something to implement a program that would actually accept people instead of just accept the federal money and then push people away because they don't have any room. Let's create more room. Let's create a process. Let's create a program that can help us try to minimize. We'll never get rid of it. Let's try to work at minimizing it. And together, I know we can do that if we all put our heads together. And I would appreciate it if the council members today and the future council members would really consider working hard at that, and the administration work together and collaborate and try to do something really positive with this, because it's a deafening disease to our city, and it's all over at every age level, every monetary level. Doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. Once you get infected with it, you can't get away without a lot of help, and we need to provide that help. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Well put, well put. Thank you. Further discussion, questions?
Council President.
Councilmember Cummings.
I just had a follow-up question. Rick, do you know whether the county was party to the settlement at all? And then does the state itself take some of this funding as well under the settlement?
I'm not 100% sure about the county, but I'm almost like 95% sure the county gets a part of the settlement. And the answer to the state, yes, they get the bulk of the settlement.
And do you anticipate, I mean, certainly with the settlement around the foreclosures, they turned around and made that available to municipalities through grant programs for particular programs. Do you have any sense yet if something similar might happen, and we might benefit from starting to think now about how we can apply for those funds if they do become available through the Attorney General's office or others?
I don't
to
have
expand
any
that program?
sense of that at the moment.
Okay, well, keep an ear out, obviously, to the extent we can be proactive, and you know, obviously we were early on the zombie property stuff and benefited greatly from that. And I think we could continue that track record and you know, be able to really accomplish some of the things that Councilman Gully was talking about there.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, further questions, discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, thank you, Rick. Ordinance 100 passes 7-0. And it started actually during the Caruso era, so it was before you, Mr. Morrissey. Resolution 89, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with the Rensselaer County Historical Society, DBA, the Hart Club Museum, to place certain city records on long-term deposit. Councilmember Cummings, Councilmember Zaluski, and Council President Mantello. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Steele, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. You were tied, Councilmember McDermott. Discussion? Awesome. Nice job, Mara. We appreciate your proactivity here. And did anyone else have any questions? Yes, Councilmember
President.
Cummings.
Yeah, also just want to thank Mara and the Historical Society for their work going through Kathy Sheehan and everyone going through some of the records. I hope this sets a good precedent to continue to expand this work of moving important records into public access. Obviously, it's been a thing I've cared a lot about for a long time, is how we make the information that we have as a city more available and accessible to the public. And so certainly want to thank the clerk, Mara Drogan, for her good work on that effort. And look forward to having these accessible to the public. And hopefully, you know, digitized to the extent possible, if that becomes possible through grants, etc. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Any further discussion, questions? Okay, resolution 89 carries. Resolution 90, resolution of the Tri-City Council.
Wait, did we vote on that?
Council President.
Oh, I'm sorry. All in favor?
Aye.
All in
Aye.
favor? Aye. Opposed? So sorry. Thank you. Resolution 89 carries 7-0. Resolution 90, resolution of Troy City Council authorizing and scheduling a public hearing in connection with proposed local law 2 of 2021, amending Troy City Code section 71-2. Councilmember Zaluski, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. Do we have a date for the hearing?
Council President, We do not.
Okay,
So I just figured. I
no
would leave that to
problem.
the city
Rick
council.
Morrissey, I know you have your hand up, so we'll let Rick.
Council President, as a legal matter, I mean, I think I mentioned this in by email before. The council is not required to hold a public hearing. I sent this to the council. I also included the mayor on the public hearing because under general municipal law, section 20, it is the mayor that's required to hold the public hearing after the council acts on the local law and then presents it to him. So I just want to make that clear. I don't see any harm in holding more public hearings rather than less. But that is entirely up to you. But this is not a charter amendment, so it doesn't have the requisite 3 public hearings.
Yeah, and I do apologize. Initially, I had thought, okay, we're amending the charter, we're amending the code, but it is a local law. And so saying that if it was amending the charter, we would need 3 public hearings, saying that it is a public hearing after the mayor signs it. Because obviously he wouldn't have a public hearing if he was going to veto it, but saying that I don't think it hurts for the council to have a public hearing. I don't know if there's interest out there between Thanksgiving and Christmas and the holidays and all the different holidays for a public hearing on this, but it is an important issue, expanding the planning commission from 5 to 7. So I don't think it hurts. Councilmember Zaluski, you sponsored the resolution, and I don't think it hurts having a hearing. We could have it prior to the December meeting. If we have a finance, we could have it prior to that. Whatever works. There's 6:45 or 6:30 that night.
Yes, Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
Yeah, and first of all, I sponsored this because we needed someone to sponsor it. I of course, I'm all about public input, but I also see the Planning Commission as it's a mayoral appointment, and it's really, not that it's Patrick's commission, it's not his commission, but it's a commission that he's got to figure out who he wants to be on that commission that best represents the skills necessary to do the work. And I would argue in many aspects that in many respects, the Planning Commission does work beyond what we do, more important and pertinent work to the future of the city than what we do. I'm not trying to diminish what we do. We do a lot of great work, but the Planning Commission is really, really important. I would support whatever the administration wants to do on this. First of all, I do support adding Planning Commission members, and I support that because back when, I can't remember when this was changed, we went from a planning board to a planning commission, and there was a whole bunch of debate over how large it should be. And the range was 5, I think 5, and some people were talking about 11, and I said I really thought it should be 7. I thought 7 was an ideal number. It looks like we're getting there now. So I support this because I was supporting that back then. But ultimately, I don't know how fast they want to get these members on, and whether public hearings would slow that down or not. But either way, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So
yeah, we're voting on it in December. I mean, so it's introduction, and so saying that, I mean, tonight, wasn't the debate on the merits, etc., but more scheduling that public hearing. So
yeah, I'm just saying that I know you mentioned that I sponsored it. I want to see this move forward. Because I agree with it, but I'm also happy to do whatever. And anyway, I think Anasha is raising his hand. So
yeah, I guess I'm a little.
Councilmember Cummings. Yeah.
Thank you. This is a finance meeting. If we pass this resolution without dates, we're not going to be able to schedule a public hearing before the December meeting anyway.
Correct.
So certainly public comment should be used for that purpose at the December meeting. But if this is going to the December meeting, I feel like we should withdraw this legislation and just use public comment as the opportunity for public discussion. And certainly, I'd like to hear public comment on it if folks are interested. But this resolution doesn't seem like it has an opportunity to schedule a hearing before we vote, right?
I would second that motion.
Okay, that's not a problem. And obviously, there's changes in terms of changing the structure of the planning commission. I think that's, even as important as expanding the membership on the planning commission. So, so we have
Sorry,
a couple
before-
hands up, and, this was for a hearing. Monica?
Just a side note for budget purposes, since we're going to be doing that next week and the following week, the current budget proposal includes expanding this. So if you're not going to vote on it until later on, just keep that in mind as you're amending.
Yep. And lastly, Steve Strikman, you have your hand up.
Yes, so we did not vote on the original local law. We did not discuss or pass that at a finance meeting. So I guess that would be my question. Would we do that at a finance meeting before the next regular council meeting?
Yeah, it'll have to be. This was for introduction, so there will be a finance meeting because you first have to introduce it, and hopefully, the word gets out there so people do come in, because I think many of us, I'm curious of what folks think about changing more, not a realtor. And I get it. It's hard to find those folks, Steve. I did like your wording. I did read it a couple nights ago and then again last night. So I did like the wording that it should include these backgrounds, but saying that we will have to have a finance prior to the regular meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, no problem. Further
President?
questions? Who was
Council
that?
President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
I'm just curious. In finance, if we were to pass this forward, we could always table it at the regular meeting and allow time to see if we could put in a couple of the public meetings. I don't know if we're going to do them right at City Hall or maybe do them in some of the local neighborhood groups. I'm not sure how that would all work. But I know that the second week of December, Lansingburg has their neighborhood association meeting, and I know that South Troy. And so, I mean, I'm just thinking, is there a way that we move it forward tonight with the stipulation we get those public meetings in? And if we can't get it to our December meeting and it's not completed, we could always table it then. So it's already been through finance, so we can get the ball rolling. And then if we have to, we can move into it in January if we had to. But I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just trying not to.
Are you saying the hearing only because we can't vote on it tonight? It has to be introduced only. So tonight is formality in terms of the process to introduce it. So we can't vote on the actual local law tonight, but we can certainly, there's discussion right now, motion and second to withdraw the hearing. So were you saying, Councilmember Gully, I like the idea of at least getting input from the neighborhood associations. Maybe Steve, you could send this local law via email to the neighborhood associations, just to say, hey, we have this proposal. We're interested in your feedback. And I like that idea, Councilmember Gully, to get some feedback from the neighborhood associations. You wouldn't mind doing that, would you, Steve?
No, I could certainly do that.
Yeah, just some inputs and the local law. How's that?
Sure.
Council
Councilmember
President?
Gully? Yeah, Councilmember Gully. How's that?
Again, I think, I'm not sure if it does us any good or bad by tabling it or pushing it forward, but I think at least moving it forward keeps it alive so we can get some information and collaborate with the communities and also, get people to understand what we're doing. But I don't think it harms us because when we get to the meeting, we can always table it at the meeting and we'll at least have the ball rolling. So, and I could be wrong. Hey, what the heck do I know? But I'm just saying, I'm not sure what the difference is.
And council member,
Yeah.
we're not tabling the local law. And we're not tabling, what they were saying is the public hearing, we don't need to do it. So if we want to have a public hearing, we should do it obviously before it's voted on and probably not the same night. So public hearing should really be like, maybe a couple days prior. You know, if the council wants a public hearing, I'm all for it. If they don't, it's honestly, I don't mind.
I'll have a public Friendsgiving to discuss it. No, but I do have a question.
Councilmember Cummings.
Just for clarity, the plan here is to pass it finally at the December meeting, correct?
Yes.
So pass it both through a finance and a regular. So that's the purpose of my proposal to withdraw, is just that I think if we had this on the agenda, it would be confusing to be, anyone reading the agenda would say, oh, they're going to have public hearing on it sometime in the future, but then they're also passing it that night. I'd rather people have it be very clear that that night is the opportunity for public comment on it. And certainly we encourage folks to come. And if people come out with concerns, we'll listen to them at that night and then maybe postpone it. But assuming everyone agrees that this is a good move, I don't want to create a false sense that there will be a public hearing on it, which is again why my motion
To withdraw.
stands to withdraw.
Right. And we have to still pass at the finance, so I will have to schedule a finance. So, you know, the question is, we have a motion, we have a second to withdraw the public hearing. Further discussion?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes, council
So,
members.
I know we're talking about soliciting input from neighborhoods, so I'll just give you the first feedback. At last night's Little Italy neighborhood meeting, I actually did bring this up because it's an issue that, again, I supported from the past, and it was well received from everyone that I talked to at the neighborhood meeting. Of course, that's only one neighborhood out of many, but I think the truth is, if you tell people that we're going to put more representation onto the planning commission, you're not going to find anyone that's going to say, oh, no, that's going to throw the whole thing off. I think, more folks, pondering the future of the city and the various plans that we have going forward and how we're going to, build up our neighborhoods. I think people will generally, that will be well received across the entire city. So I'm fine with withdrawing this if that's a way to, again, get things moving along. So.
Okay.
Sure.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry.
This is the last one that I thought that we would spend a half an hour on. Come on, guys.
I just want to make sure from Steve, has the planning commission itself been informed of this or had an opportunity to discuss it?
They have been informed of it. They're all excited to have it. Last night, in fact, we had 4 members. We had 1 absent. We had 1 recused. We had only 3 there to speak to to one of the issues. So it's important to get this done quickly.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second to withdraw the public hearing. I would encourage everyone, I like the idea, Steve, if you could reach out to the neighborhood associations, that would be great. Now, this is not tabling the public hearing. This is totally yanking the public hearing, getting public comment, and then we will have to have a finance to actually pass the local law. So now that we have that clear, we have a motion, we have a second to withdraw this resolution. Further discussion. Councilmember Steele, do you have further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? All right, we're going to withdraw the public hearing, but please get public comment. And Steve, please reach out to the neighborhood associations. I think that's a great idea and very important. So thank you. So no vote. We just bear with me. Oh my gosh, you really threw me for a loop there, guys. All right, resolution.
Next.
Yeah, I know. Resolution 91. Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with MM Hayes Company Incorporated for the purchase, maintenance, and hosting of timekeeping software. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Cummings. Discussion, I would think a little bit of discussion. We got some good feedback at the public forum. Councilmember Cummings raised his hand first. Councilmember Cummings.
Thank you. Yeah, certainly, we've discussed this at each of our recent contract approvals. So I just wanted to check with the, I guess, Corporation Counsel and maybe Deputy Mayor, are there any outstanding contractual issues or negotiations to be had with unions in order to implement this?
My understanding is that all the unions have agreed to implementation except for UFA. They may still, the unions have reserved the right to negotiate regarding impact, which all unions generally have.
Okay.
In all of the MOAs that have been presented, there's actually been a specific clause that speaks to each of these. Back in 2018 with the CSEA, 2017 with PBA, UPSU, all of those, they've actually been a specific clause because we knew at that point in time it was something that we were trying to do, especially with the shared service component that we were trying to do back at that date, at that point in time as well.
Okay. So I guess the question for Andy, if different departments take different amounts of time, different unions take different amounts of time to come to an agreement on the impact and the process, what will that mean for the purchase of this? If one union is it all going to be the fingerprint, or will different people have different systems? Is that decided now, or will that be decided by the contracts, and how will that impact the ability for it to save us money?
I can speak to the department implementation. I would defer, union questions and legal questions to the Corporation Counsel's office. The way it's implemented is from basically easiest department to most complex department is how it's done. I think if we back up a step, MM Hayes is the local distributor for Kronos. MM Hayes, just for context, does business with multiple municipalities. Just 3 examples: Rensselaer County, City of Albany, Town of Colony. They also do several other counties in the area. Implementation goes at your own pace. Kronos would implement the whole thing tomorrow if we were ready. It's not something we will rush. And again, that's the department. At the legal end, it's with Rick. Speaking from doing this before, it's certainly something that you don't want to slow walk, but you want to, as Councilmember Gully has always said, you want to measure twice and cut once. It is not something you rush through. Biometric is something that was recommended from MM Hayes as the type of time clock to implement. We're going off of their recommendation from what they've seen throughout the industry. I hope that answers your questions. I know it's not specific to the unions, but again, it's more department based for me to get this thing implemented and to get off of the current payroll processing that we have. It is antiquated. The internal controls are not good. The city has got to look to improve its payroll and timekeeping system.
Okay, thank you. And yeah, sorry, my question did sort of go towards both of you, so I will ask.
Actually, Councilmember Cummings, Rick has had his hand up, so Rick Morrissey, please.
I just want to answer part of the question. The specific clauses that were negotiated with CSEA and PBA allow for implementation without reservation. In other words, they can ask for negotiations for impact. However, the city is allowed to implement while we don't have to hold off implementation pending those negotiations. Does that answer your question?
So hypothetically, we implement something with a biometric scanner at the station. They come back and want to negotiate for some ability to clock out for lunch without going back to the station. How does that negotiation go through? How does, how would that impact negotiation progress?
Well, I can't predict exactly, but I think it would progress just like any other negotiation. Assuming PBA came forward with a demand like that, we would, one, look at whether or not it was technically feasible, what would be the implications of, complying to the demand. Maybe it would be, maybe it wouldn't be, maybe we would make a counter demand. Maybe the chiefs might not agree, or the chiefs would agree. But there are so many factors, really.
Sure.
It is just something we'd have to sit down and work toward a resolution, and hopefully we would get to one and not have to go to PERB to discuss it there.
And I guess my only concern is, as those negotiations progress, if it changes the actual technology for the timekeeping, does that make, do we lose whatever we spent on the biometric scanners if we end up negotiating with a particular union to use a different mechanism?
Are you saying that? I don't know. I would hope we would not negotiate away the benefit of the technology. That would be dumb.
Certainly.
Yeah.
I just know that there are multiple mechanisms for people to clock in and out. Obviously, the biometric has significant advantages, but there are, from my understanding, mobile apps, websites, tell your supervisor you're here, they clock you in and out. I assume there's all sorts of mechanisms that all still have a lot of benefit to it being digitized. I guess, the core question is, are we putting the cart before the horse here in terms of moving forward with a purchase that might, through negotiation, become unusable, or is the bulk of the purchase cost the software and that'll be used no matter what? And if we change the specific technology, that doesn't change the contract too much. Yeah, I think that's mostly for Andy, maybe, with the familiarity with the program.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So I think some really good questions. And before we move on to Andy, Rick, did you want to just finish up any of your thoughts? Because it looks like you're still thinking.
My thought is that, it's really just that we would approach this negotiation regarding the impact of the new system like we would any other. It's maybe difference in particulars, but it's not different in kind. And we would certainly negotiate with an eye to the fact that this is intended to be a citywide system. So that's really, I can't say that we would, give up the benefit of the system just to please one bargaining unit.
Okay, good discussion. We'll keep rolling. Andy, and then Councilmember Ash McPherson.
So we've included in the proposal the variety of different technologies that they offer. So there is a manager license that managers would be able to go in and access time clocks, or not time clocks, punches and whatnot, and can make corrections from there. That is a mechanism that I personally, that gives managers the ability to clock in and out from there. Not the proposal was built to be flexible in those instances. We're not saying it's, yes, there are biometric time clocks included in the contract. There are other mechanisms included in the proposal for tracking of time from various employees.
Yeah, thank you. That's
good answer. Councilmember Ash McPherson. and then we'll hit Councilmember Gully.
Hey, I'm sorry if I'm just gonna repeat myself, and I apologize if I am. We've talked about bringing time clocks and fixing the payroll system in City Hall. If I remember, it goes back to 2016, we've been talking about this.
Sure does.
This is something that I agree that we need to have to help make the departments efficient. I guess my thing is, we're talking about the fire department and the police department and the unions. No, we're not. Okay.
You're only
So-
talking about the fire department.
Okay, the fire department. So at this point, I think we're not there yet. I think we're looking at just the administration building, starting with this. No? Then go ahead. I'm not going to say anymore.
No, of course not. We have a whole DPW facility. We have a DPU facility. We have police departments. We have other facilities within this. It's literally the UFA. And pardon me, but all of the sudden, all we're talking about is the negative impact of this. We should be, as a group, be talking about the
Monica.
positive
I know,
aspect.
Monica, hold on one sec.
Wait a second.
I totally agree.
I don't
Nobody's
think-
talking negative. I
No.
think there's questions.
I'm not being negative. I'm just trying to find out. I'm looking at it, to be totally honest with you. I was never even looking at the fire department and the police department using time clocks. I was thinking this was all for DPW, DPU, and the other departments. I mean, I'm not negative about this. I am for having the time clocks for the staff and whatnot. I'm just trying to find out, what's going on as far as the first place you're putting them. When I'm reading this was just, I thought was just for the administration building, right, to start there. And then you're going to move it to DPW, DPU. That's what I was under the assumption for. I'm not negative on this. I'm just asking the question to think, did I miss something? So that's all.
So it is a phased approach because obviously you have to build the system, but it is all inclusive of all of the workforce, just like the city of Albany has a very similar program in their fire department. And honestly, the fire department is generally the last one because of their system, their timekeeping program, like their Kelly days and all of the days off that they have and the 24-hour shifts versus an 8-hour shift and all of the idiosyncrasies of their timekeeping that have to be built into the system. But it can be done. Albany Fire Department just completed that process. So it's not, the highway department and the sheriff's department of Rensselaer County uses this system as well too, because this is the exact same program we were going to piggyback onto with Rensselaer County back in 2015.
Yep.
Right. So we're just doing this on our own and actually just implementing the system as a whole. And every one of those biometric and the stations will be at the individual facilities and have multiples of them so people can access them. A lot of the concerns that we hear from the workforce is that they don't necessarily get real-time accruals. Like they don't really know how much sick time they have on any given time or vacation time, or they need to do a request, but they can't get a hold of a supervisor. They can do all of that from those stations that we actually put in place so that they can get the exact amount of time or, put a request in and then it goes to their supervisor. So there's a tremendous amount of benefit, not only to the city and to all of the team that administers this program, but also to the employee as well.
I've worked in Chronos and I've worked in it where I've had to go in and I've had to put my finger in and, it clocked me in. And if I clocked in too soon, it showed up on the report that you can do. So I'm familiar with how it works. Are they going to be using the finger to clock in? Yeah, that's still going to be the same.
And like Andy said, there could be a variety of different uses. It could be somebody at City Hall has it on their computer. You know what I mean? They can log in on their computer. It just depends on the work location of everybody as well too. I think that's, and to be really honest with you, if somebody's really pushing hard, and I am going to say this, if somebody's pushing really hard not to implement this, we need to start questioning that as well too.
I don't think that's, in my opinion, I don't think it is. That's something that, we've been talking about since 2016, bringing in the time clocks for it. So, I mean, like I said, it's just questions. I don't hear anybody pushing against it. I'm just trying to, make sure I understand it too. So thank you.
Yeah, and before we go, Councilmember Gully, I know Andy has his hand raised, but I really want to clarify, I don't think anyone's poo-pooing this or being negative. I think there's just, we all of a sudden started getting calls from a couple of the unions who didn't really know about it and just was really curious about the implementation and stuff. So I think that's the concern. Andy and then Councilmember Gully.
I just want to provide some context, some examples of what the deputy mayor just referenced about accruals. There is no real-time information right now to any employee as to what their accrual balances are at the city. The pay stubs employees receive are their accrual balances from 2 weeks prior. The payroll department manually keeps a spreadsheet of every single employee's accruals that they send to the department head after the payroll's complete. So last Friday was a pay period. This week, they'll send out the spreadsheet, and the accrual balances that department heads are then 3 weeks old. And that is not an indication of the work effort put in by the payroll department whatsoever. That is a byproduct of the system we currently use. There is zero real-time information to employees right now and I'm just picking out accruals right now as an example of how antiquated this system is. An employee who has a low accrual balance has no idea what the actual real-time balance is. So that's just an example of how antiquated our system is currently.
And Councilmember Gully's next, and I think this kind of goes hand in hand, not kind of, but with the timesheets, obviously, getting away from these hard copy timesheets, which is like back in the 1950s. Councilmember Gully.
Thank you, Council President. Hey, Andy, a couple questions for you first. You mentioned that there was options for the clocking system. I know that they offer the biometrics, they offer the badges. We are focusing on a biometric system, am I right?
In comparison to badges, yes. The clocks are biometric or card and biometric or card. We elected the biometric option at the recommendation of MMAs.
So, and I know that this is going to help with the accounting and payroll. Do you have any idea of the labor hours that we will save with this system? Let's say on a weekly or monthly basis for the taxpayers, how much will we save in that process?
Quantifiable in dollars, that would be difficult to achieve. You're going to create significant operational efficiencies and be able to repurpose certain individual staff time with a payroll and timekeeping system. And what I mean by that is to take the comptroller's office payroll process, for example. I submit my timesheet every 2 weeks. It goes to an employee in the comptroller's office who takes my timesheet and transfers that on paper to another piece of paper, which then goes back to the department head for review. That's signed off on. Then it goes to the payroll department where the payroll information is then manually entered into the KBS module that we currently use, and then paper information goes back to the department. Under a new timekeeping system, that clerk process would be removed entirely, just about, because times, either if you punch in and out, it would go directly to the department head to review, or if you are electronically signing in and out, that would go to the department head for review, and the department head would transmit directly to the payroll department. So the intermediary within each particular department would have operational efficiencies recognized in itself.
So by the way you're describing it, and certainly I know we never put a time out there, but looking at the operation, I'm thinking that maybe it would save a couple hours per department.
A couple hours at an absolute minimum.
And how many departments do we have?
a lot. I don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, it funnels up, so if I were to guess, comptroller's office staff who does it probably spends 2 to 3 hours, depending on the week. And then we have a very simple payroll. 2 to 3 hours of pay period, and they would manually enter comptroller's office, treasurer's office, and assessor's office are the 3 that we do.
That's good. That means it frees up a lot of labor hours, which can go towards other processes in the city. Who handled the conversations with the unions on the administrative side?
You mean for the contract pieces?
When you talked about the timekeeping system and the contract pieces, who was the one that was talking to the unions on that?
That was myself. It was Andy. It was potentially Gabrielle and Chuck. It depends on who was in the labor negotiations for whichever union it was. But they were part of the contract negotiations. That's
So
why
based-
that's why it's in the actual MOA.
So based on the conversation you had with the various union representatives, and I know Eric has some concerns and I can understand that. But let me ask you, have you got a feeling that this is something that can flow through these departments and that these pieces that we need to fix to get them into the union contracts, is it attainable, or is this something that we're going to get into a battle back and forth and end up in a place we don't want to be?
I mean, personally, I think it's attainable. I think it's going back to council presidents. We're in the 1950s right now. I think it's certainly attainable, and I think it's the best step forward for the municipality to do. It only makes sense to do the technological advancements that are required. And I swear we're probably one of the only municipalities in New York State that don't operate on that system or a type of system of that nature. So, as far as the legal aspect of it, again, like Rick said, that has to, if it goes down that process and it goes down that process, then that's, I guess I question why a union would hold it up. That would be my question, is why would a union hold up that they have to actually just push their finger on a piece of technology versus signing in and having their battalion chiefs record all their time and do all these things. And they do all of that anyway. They record their time in because that is like a requirement of their work, is so that those battalion chiefs and those chiefs know at all times where their staff are on a regular basis. They carry these little sheets. Eric's probably, Chief McMahon's probably showed you that little sheet that they carry all the time. They know where their staff is all the time. So it really wouldn't be a change of process other than just their actual mechanisms of how they clock in and out on a daily basis.
And last question, will there be any provisions for any type of mobile application for workers that are on the road and moving, or will it still be strictly just the biometrics? Because realize now that on a phone, you can also carry a biometric where you have to use your fingerprint. I'm going to use it on mine all over my phone. It's the only way I can remember the password. But anyways, I'm just saying, is there going to be some sort of mobile application that could be useful to our forces that are out on the road and might need to clock out for lunch? Like, could they clock out with their thumb for lunch? And if so, does that also lock into their location so you know that everybody's safe and there's nobody in harm's way?
We've included mobile provisions within the proposal as well.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. Further questions, discussion? I guess, Councilmember Steele and Councilmember Gully, if you don't mind taking your hand down, that'd be great. There's an icon on the bottom. Thanks.
How do I do that?
It went down automatically. You're good. Councilmember Steele. Where'd you go? Oh my gosh, we lost Councilmember Steele. We need to get back in person.
She probably went to unmute herself and left the meeting.
She did. Okay, one of the things, and well, wait, Councilmember Steele, I think, one of the things that, and honestly, we've been talking about this since 2016 when we first came in, that and a timesheet. and, obviously non-manual timesheets and computer timesheets. So I guess the big question is I was surprised when I received a couple tags saying we didn't know anything about this, et cetera, et cetera. So just in terms of implementation, what is, and I apologize, I know you mentioned the departments that you're hitting first. Do you plan through, obviously, this implementation phase, to sit with the various folks in terms of education, training, et cetera? And, I would think that this was talked about at some point. I guess that's the missing link here from my end. I'm certainly positive on this, totally.
Well, certainly we would train people how to use them. We're not just going to leave them hanging in the wind and figure it out. We'd have training mechanisms for them. Hayes already indicated that they would be willing to obviously do all that work with us. Certainly we would train our employees on how to work the system, and also keep in mind that there's going to be the backside where we have to train the managers and the supervisors to be able to do their work as well on the backside. And even maybe the administrators, if there are people who gather the information and send it up for approval, or if the managers just do that or supervisors just do that themselves. So there will be a whole training component to this.
I figured that. I'm doing this for public purposes. Obviously, a couple at the union. I'm sure Eric's watching right now. Saying that, I just think that was the missing link for me, that it was a surprise to them. So communication, I think, obviously was missing there. Councilmember Zaluski?
Well, actually, Councilmember Steele is back and.
Oh, great. I'm sorry. Councilmember Steele, then Councilmember Zaluski. Thank you.
My
Councilmember.
apologies. My iPad died on me here.
Been there.
I just want to clarify. We're only talking about one union at this point that's not participating or willing to participate, or?
I don't know of any union that's not.
Yeah,
I think they all are, right?
Yeah, it's just the UFA that does not have it in their contract.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Councilmember Steele. Councilmember Zaluski.
Thank you. So first of all, with regard to anyone feeling that, this was a surprise, I know you said you talked about it back in 2016. I can tell you also that we were talking about it before 2016. We had a proposal in front of us back in, I think it was 2014. I think it was the same company too, Hayes. I know it was Kronos. And, I took issue with this back then, not with the notion of electronic time records and electronic punch cards, but just the cost and the fact that there were other options out there that were that would be more cost effective to the city. Now, I'm looking at the proposal, and it's far worse in terms of cost than it was back in 2014. Now, of course, I get it. Things have gotten more expensive in the last 6-7 years. But I do have some questions about specific aspects of it. The software has gone up since the last time we looked at this. Not a tremendous amount, but it's still pretty expensive software for software that's really just tracking effectively numbers, time and accruals and all of that. I'm looking at the mobile employee option. 15 sounds low to me, by the way. 15 employees able to use a mobile option, but you know better, Deputy Mayor, because you know who's on the road at any given time. But I think we might need, the unit price on that's only $8. That's actually probably the best bargain is the mobile option. But anyway, 15, we might have more folks out at a time than 15. My big thing here is the hardware. There's two components to the hardware, right? There's the badge reader, and then there's the extension to the badge reader for the biometrics. That's the fingerprinting, right? The badge reader is $3,600, and then you add on the the fingerprint reader, and now you're at $4,800 for one unit. And then we're purchasing 26 of them, and that's bringing the cost up to, you know, almost 125,000 minus discounts. It ends up at $87,000. These things are not generally that expensive. So I'd like to understand, you know, you can get fingerprint readers and badge readers for $100, $300, $500 for good ones. I just want to understand, like, what do these things offer that it looks like Andy is going to answer my question. So I just want to understand why these things are so expensive.
Andy, take it away.
So, I mean, we could certainly, assuming this passes, go back to Hayes and get further clarification on the technology component and the justification for the cost. I did want to speak to the quantity of the number of readers. One of the things that we're going to be looking at doing is and say at City Hall is having one clock specific for clocking in and out, or the DP, and this is an instant at multiple city facilities. One set up for punching in and out, and then one for accrual queries. So people can see how much time they have. They can request time off through that. It would be a service kiosk, for a lack of better explanation. So that is the reason why the quantity is so high. What you're looking at in the proposal in its entirety, the software, the hardware, and the professional services are all one-time expenditures. The support service is representative of the ongoing cost. But to why and what is in the technology that makes it so expensive, that is something that we would have to discuss with Hayes for the specifics of.
Thank you, Andy. I'm going to continue with the floor. So basically, the support services are annual. It's about $28,500, correct?
Yes.
That's a recurring fee. So once we get this thing installed and working, every year we're going to be on the hook for $28,500. So that's okay. It's certainly more. It's certainly a lot more than what we were talking about 7 years ago, but it's not absolutely horrendous. The one-time hardware cost, though, to me, that's very high. And you know, I would just ask. You know, I'm willing to pass this through tonight, but I am putting up a little bit of a stink only because I'd like someone in the city to go back to these folks and push back a little bit on these costs. I feel like you can probably get them down, and I'm sure you've already been working with them. I know you've negotiated, but you know, come to the table with some comparatives if you could, and you know, show them that you know these devices are, unless these devices are doing something like well beyond what a normal biometric, fingerprint reader, badge reader would do. You know, let them know that these things are not, you know, they're not $5,000 pieces of equipment generally. So anyway, it looks like now everyone wants to respond to that.
Everyone. Okay, all right. We got a lot going on here, and the good news, my devices are charging. And Councilmember Zaluski, very good questions. We're gonna hit Andy real quick. And I know Councilmember Gully has his hand up, and I know Monica wants to answer some questions. So let's hit Andy, Monica, Councilmember Gully, and I think Councilmember Cummings and everybody. So yes, Andy.
So again, we will certainly go back to Hayes and have a conversation with them about the cost. I do want to note one thing, however, about procurement with this. The hardware, the software, the professional services, with the exception of one item, is procured through New York State. And we're piggybacking off the New York State contract. So New York State procurement went through and established the pricing for all of these items. The item that is not included in the New York State contract that we are single source procuring under this agreement is the support services of the servers and the backend technology. We brought in Quinn Mahoney when we met with Hayes. They said that they offered this service. It is something that Quinn was very much interested in engaging with Hayes for a variety of reasons. that are out of my expertise.
Thank you, Andy. We'll hit Monica, and then we're going to hit Councilmember Gully, Cummings, Monica.
Yep, Andy hit upon it. It was the procurement aspect of this. And all of a sudden, if you invite other vendors to offset the costs, then we actually open up ourselves to a different procurement process. So this is a state contract, and we've secured it as that way. So also keep in mind, similar council presidents have seen this when we've done the piggybacking clauses, they have to match.
Yep.
It can't be different. Like they can't the state can't pay 10 and we pay 8, and then it's not a piggyback or it's not a shared service. So we just have to be mindful of that.
Okay, we're going to hit Councilmember Gully, Cummings, then Ash McPherson, and I do have a couple of statements from a couple of the union reps that want me to read. Councilmember Gully.
Andy, I know it's not just the unit, and I know there's a lot of packaging included with that, like a warranty and repair. Do you happen to know what was it? Because I don't have it up on my screen here, but do you happen to know what type of unit they're going to use? Because I mean, they don't make the unit; they buy them and they put their label on them, so they're out there. And Councilman Zalewski is correct; those units are very inexpensive to the normal business people. Once you get into the state purchasing, of course, everything escalates to an unbelievable height, which is unfortunate for the taxpayers. But my question is, with that piece, what is that package of benefits to paying $4,000 for that unit? Are we getting an extended warranty on each one of them? And what's a replacement cost? And what else do we get with that? What service line do we get with that?
I can get you more information. I can send the council more information regarding regards to the warranty. I just know MM Hayes is the distributor for Kronos, so that's why we're using them. But I can get the warranty information on the Touch IDs.
Very good.
I think you can let them know that the council had some questions on the cost of these units, and that it was unrealistic compared to our research. Take it off your shoulders and put it on us, and say the council wants to know, what are we getting for that money? What are we getting? What is the backup to that? I don't mind paying the price if we're getting a good backup, and we know that when a unit's down, we're not waiting a week for them to come in and fix it, and that they're spot on. And how long is that warranty covered for? I don't mind paying more, but we got to get more. So that would be my thought. And I'm certainly not looking to stop this year. There are some questions with the union leaders, but I've always been in favor of time clock. I'm not looking to put the cart before the horse, but if we don't put the cart out there, we can't hook up the horse. So I will support it tonight.
Yep. Thank you, Councilmember Gully. We have Councilmember Cummings, then Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Thank you. First, while Councilman Gully was talking, I did just Google the Kronos InTouch, and it looks like I don't know if it's the same model or not, but Amazon has them for $2,125. So I don't know what it, including with the biometric scanner. Some kind of Kronos biometric scanner is available for $2,100 on Amazon. I do question maybe the state procurement process there. But I know going to bid takes some time, but it sounds like there's some time needed to get the details worked out with a couple of the unions anyway. I guess the big question follow-up to Andy on the 26 number. Why can't a particular unit be used both to check accruals and to sign in and out?
It certainly could be. We were looking at efficiencies. If we want, we can certainly decrease the number. We were looking at different options to make it easy.
You've got 13 total sites that you. Go ahead. Sorry.
So, if an employee, it was something that was discussed that we felt that would be advantageous to the city. It certainly is something that can be. If the council does not want to move forward with the key, the kiosk, we can reevaluate the 26 number. Again, I can send what that number is strictly just for punching in and out. It is not 13. It is, I don't have that number in front of me of the split this evening.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that would be helpful, and I guess if there's a place where you think it's going to be high traffic and people are really going to be want to be able to check their accrual while someone else is signing in,
We had
make that case, but
it was exclusive to high traffic city facilities.
okay. And then I guess part of the one thing that would certainly resolve this question is there anything in the contract that would allow us to sell extra ones back or return extra, ones that we, if we find that it's not as high traffic as we thought and we really don't need this extra one, or, this union wants to move all to using a mobile system and not use them at all. In those sort of instances, is there any ability to get at least the bulk of this money back by passing them on to another municipality or something, or through the contractor? I assume the contractor has lots of people using these. So is there any ability to sell them back to the contractor at a reasonable cost, or do we just lose it if we end up not using it?
We'd never discussed with Hayes how we would sell them back. That's something else we can check with them on.
Council President.
Yes, Monica.
Just real quick, what I would suggest right now is if you have some additional questions, to send them to us in an email. And what I'd asked Andy to do is see if we can get the technology guy to come to the December 2nd meeting and answer some of these questions directly, instead of trying to relay the information back and forth, because Andy's answer for you at the next meeting is probably only going to generate 20 more questions for Councilman Cummings and Zaluski. So if we actually have them on site being able to answer these questions directly for them, that might be a good alternative.
Awesome. That's awesome. I would, they probably want the answers prior to the 2nd, but I think it'd be great having them on site. Sound good, Councilmember Cummings?
Yeah, I did have one other specific question that maybe is more important to ask before they're on site, which is the maintenance contract. Are we tied to that? Once we're buying the licenses and the software from them or through them, but I assume we could in the future go out to contract for a different company to maintain that database. The software licenses and hardware don't belong to Hayes, right? Aren't tied to them specifically.
Andy.
It's another question for Hayes is the distributor and has the New York State contract for Kronos hardware, software, and maintenance, with the exception of hosting, and that is what we are procuring off of it. I think that's something we discuss internally about 5 years from now or 3 years from now, when that agreement's up, where does the city want to go? Hayes is the local expert on Kronos software. So you're certainly, if you're going to save money, what's the risk of the money you're going to save if there's someone else who can service it? That they are not the experts on Kronos in the Capital Region sales territory for. You know what I mean?
Sure. I'm fine bringing these questions directly to Hayes, I guess.
Okay. Good. Councilmember Cummings?
Sure.
For now. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Just real quick, Andy, I know Councilman Cummings mentioned on it the question that I had. I've worked in Kronos, and I know that the system of punching in and punching out, that also holds all the information for the accruals and whatnot. I've been in facilities that have had 200 to 500 employees. I've never seen a major holdup, and they've had the the time clocks in all different areas. And it's never was a major issue. So I'm just gonna suggest that if you look at them, see, instead of doing the 26 and have, you know what I'm saying, I'm assuming that's what you were saying with the kiosks as well. Look to see if there's a way you can just have the ones machines. I don't know. I'm just trying to, you know, like I said, I've worked in Kronos. I don't have an issue with these time clocks and so forth. I think it's something that we need to go forward with. But that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ash McPherson. So a flurry of texts have come forward since we're open meeting here. So I did ask him if I could read this quick. So I got a text from Bill Wangler from CSEA. And obviously, you know, Eric's concerns. I think their concerns obviously are, you know, the implementation, and they didn't agree to this. But what Bill said was, they said the time system was a year or more away. And we advised them that the specifics would have to be discussed and agreed upon. As a matter of fact, the last thing they told us was they were going to try to piggyback on the BOCES time system. This came out of the blue. Electric timekeeping was agreed to 2 contracts ago by CSEA. He just talked to his negotiating team. He said, we asked, and they said it was literally 2 years out. We, and I think PBA, only agreed to electronic timekeeping, but no specifics. And then, you know, just in full disclosure, we want this to work. UFA, the implementation, it sounds like they didn't know anything about this, but they did call Albany Fire, and Albany Fire said that they negotiated the implementation of the electronic timekeeping, and we worked directly with the manufacturer for over a year. So, you know, it sounds like that the implementation for this is going to take some time. Am I wrong? And, you know, obviously we purchased this. Is there a time frame? And maybe you could answer this, Andy or Rick. I just want to make sure if we approve this, and it does, like, say, take, you know, some time to implement this, you know, what's the cost to the city? Can we purchase it and at the same time work to implement this, but not have us pay more money because we're not implementing it right away? Like, how does that work with Hayes? Like, honestly, if we can't roll this out in January, February, or March of 2022, I don't know. I'm just delivering a message. I didn't know anything about this. You know, I'm supportive of this. We've talked about it since 2016, but obviously the implementation has to work. Maybe the mayor knows. I don't know. I don't want to approve it, and then all of a sudden, come April, May, oh geez, you know, we can't implement it. It's going to take another year, and now it's going to cost another thousands of dollars. I don't know. You tell me.
Council President?
Sure, Rick.
The language, I have the language from the PBA contract and the CSEA contract in front of me, and neither of those provisions are limited to electronic timekeeping. I'm not sure exactly what was meant by that, but they're broadly worded. It says that the city has the right to implement and commence utilization of payroll timekeeping attendance systems for CSEA members. And I think it says the same thing for PBA members. They reserve the right only to negotiate the impact of the implementation. So I don't see any legal hindrance to implementation. I don't know, I haven't discussed with any unions what their objections are or what the current objections are, but they previously agreed to allow us to implement. So as far as rolling it out, I mean, that is the plan, to roll it out in stages. You'll have to, Andy might be able to speak to, you know, what the payment schedule would be more than I can.
the payment schedule, assuming this passed on December 2nd, we would like to order the software, the hardware, not the order the hardware, and then, implementation process would begin. There's a lot of discussions then that occur between the city and MM Hayes on how, they're the individual we're working with, called them surveys, is to get an understanding of how the payroll system, the hours systems for different employees and different departments work, so that they can build the system. I know I'm using the word system repeatedly, so I apologize. How the comptroller's office payroll and hours worked, and different types of payroll and different types of pay works in comparison to, say, the streets department or the traffic department or the treasurer's office or planning. That's why it's a staged rollout, department by department, location by location, throughout the entirety of the process. It's not a snap of the finger, turn it on type of process whatsoever.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, more information. Any further questions, discussion? Okay, and I understand the county is in the process. I think the county sheriff's implementing this. But I guess I was just taken off guard when I received texts like, whoa, wait a minute, we didn't know anything about this, et cetera. And, certainly it raised a red flag to me. So clearly the implementation of this, the communication needs to be solid. I think all of us want this to work. And hopefully over the next 2 weeks before December, we can get some questions answered. God bless you, Andy. And even though you're on mute, and also obviously communications maybe can happen with the union leaders over the next few days about this, because I was taken off guard because it was almost like they were blindsided. So anyway, further discussion, questions? Okay. We'll take a quick slow roll. Councilmember Gully,
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson,
Yes.
Councilmember Steele,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Cummings.
Just to qualify my vote, I think this is another one of those instances where this is a far from perfect solution. It's an expensive solution, but from what we've seen, when we push back on expensive solutions, we get no solutions. So I'd rather see a solution than no solution, and we'll certainly vote yes.
Councilmember Zaluski.
I'll explain my vote as well. I echo what Councilmember Cummings said. I do want some answers to the questions that we've put forth tonight, especially with respect to the cost of the hardware and how it seems to be well above other similar types of systems. For now, I will support this. I vote aye.
Okay. Councilmember McDermott.
I will be abstaining.
Thank you. And Council President Mantello, two quick things. One of the things, Andy, you raised something real quick and it hit me. Say somebody stays 15 minutes overtime. Will they get more overtime with this system or no? Or how would that work?
If they, well, I
Or
would,
say they came in 15 minutes late, and came in early, would they qualify for overtime for that or no? By using an electronic time card?
The supervisor would have to approve all of the time worked.
Okay.
I mean, that's the way the contracts are written now, that a supervisor has to approve overtime usage and the use of overtime in any work. So if somebody was staying over for overtime, they would have their supervisor's approval already.
Okay. It was just a question. I mean, for me, I think there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. We've been talking about this, and as I mentioned earlier, the electronic timesheets forever, ever and a day. So, you know, we are in an antiquated system here in the city. We continue to talk about upgrading our systems. We're finally beginning to do that. However, you know, I do want better communication between ourselves and the unions, the city administration, obviously. I mean, I was really taken off guard this evening. I really think they felt like they were blindsided, but saying all of that, if we can do that over the next 2 weeks at least, talk to them, communicate. Obviously, the implementation, that's a whole other, you know, can of worms, where basically that's going to happen. It's going to happen in phases. And so saying that, I'm just asking for some communication with the unions over the next couple of weeks. We'll have Hayes in on the 2nd, and we'll get some answers to some of the questions, and I vote aye. So the, bear with me to get back to the ordinance. I apologize. I don't know why my computer just, there we go.
Resolution 91.
Thank you. Yep, resolution 91 passes 7-0.
6-0 with one abstention.
I'm sorry, 6-0, one abstention. Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski, my pro tem. Thank you. All right, resolution 92, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into agreements with Highmark, Northeastern New York, and HM Life Insurance Company of New York for the purpose of administering the city's self-funded health and pharmacy insurance benefits program, and to provide stop-loss insurance coverage for the years 2022, 2023, and 2024. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott. I'm going to throw it over to Andy to give us a briefing on this, please.
Sure. So first off, I just want to note one thing. Highmark and HM Life, HM is Highmark, is Blue Shield. Blue Shield has once again changed their name. They change their name quite often. This is a contract for who will administer the city's self-insured health insurance plan with the stop loss coverage behind it. We solicited proposals in concert with Benetech Advantage. We split the proposal out. We've never done that before. So we solicited responses that you could respond to the health portion of the proposal, the drug portion of the proposal, or the stop loss portion of the proposal, or a combination of all three, or all three together. We received multiple responses on different fronts. Benetech reviewed them. We had a very lengthy meeting with Benetech to go over all the proposals. Essentially what you're looking at when you're evaluating these proposals, it does not change the benefits that are offered whatsoever. An employee's benefits stay the same under this agreement. It is the cost that the city pays. For example, an MRI cost that the city pays is what is valued as part of this proposal. After reviewing and scoring all of the responses, HM or Highmark was both the most cost-efficient respondent to the city and matched. They are the incumbent, but they matched item for item of every single thing that is in the city's summary of plan description. This is the non-Medicare eligible plan that I have referred to consistently over the course of the years. So that is what is being recommended as part of these agreements this evening. As part of this, the stop loss coverage will remain at $150,000 per person that is enrolled in the plan. We look at if there's a value of increasing or decreasing that on an annual basis. With Benetech, there is no financial reasoning right now to what the most realistic scenario, right, is that you would increase it to say 175,000 or 200,000, assume more risk, and then you would pay less on the stop loss coverage itself. Given what we are seeing right now with health insurance costs, that is not something, increasing the stop loss coverage is not something the city should be doing. The costs are just so high right now in itself. It's too much risk to absorb.
Andy, who were the other 4 proposers?
MVP, CDPHP, Empire, and United Healthcare, generally speaking.
And the cost is not changing at all, correct?
Some of the individual items that the city pays is changing. Again, that's what we pay for the coverage. The stop loss coverage, they change marginally. That is based off the city. Everyone receives the data of the current claims paid to date in the aggregate per person. All identifying information is pulled off of there. It's essentially just a list of total claims paid and total number of people who hit stop loss and their individual dollar amounts. The Highmark was the least expensive of all of the options.
And they got, okay, and they got health insurance and pharmacy?
Yes, health, drug, and stop loss.
Okay, and you said there were 4 responses for pharmacy. Is that the same people, same companies, I should say?
There were some different ones for drug. Generally, a lot of them use subsidiaries. I know an additional one was Keenan. They were much more expensive though than everybody else.
Okay. Okay. Questions, discussion? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, resolution 92 carries 7-0. Excuse me, resolution 93. Resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with GAR Associates LLC for non-appraisal valuation update of assessed properties in the city of Troy. Councilmember Zaluski, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
So move.
Motion, Councilmember Steele. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Zaluski. I know Sharon Martin is here. We'll let her update us on who else were the proposals and why GAR was the chosen one. And then we'll get into question and discussion. Hi, Sharon.
Hello.
Hello.
So there were 2 answers to the RFP. One was GAR and the other one was Larry Farbstein, who's out of Guilderland, New York. We chose GAR because of their public service, their what they offer for. They have videos online. They'll have informal hearings. And that's one thing that the other company did not have. And we found that to be very effective the last time that we went through the reassessment process.
Okay, we talked about this extensively during budget. Did anyone, Councilmember Gully, take it away?
Thank you. Hey, I know that there was a very long lapse of time in getting this contract to the table. And I know that we still have that 125,000 sitting there, and I understand because sometimes putting these contracts together can be pretty tedious. I have a question though. I've heard, everybody out there, the general public is saying, oh, they're doing a reassessment. They're going to charge me more, charge me more, charge me more. But reality is, like the old saying, I think Carmela, you taught me this one time, that a third go up, a third go down, a third stay the same. So I understand that there's going to be that fear out there that people are going to take more money. But can I just ask you, Sharon, what is the benefit to the city as a whole to have this reassessment up to date?
Equity. There's no other word but equity, to make sure everybody is paying their fair share. And the farther that we go away from being at 100%, the farther we're able and the assessments become unfair. And then when you do an update, then people will have sticker shock because after years of neglect. So you want to make sure to keep it at 100% so that everybody is paying their fair share across the board. And it's not that we're raising more taxes, we're just cutting the pie in different slices, basically.
Okay, so the other question I have is, Guard serviced us before for over $1 million. When I first came on to the council in 2016, we were overwhelmed with certioraries, overwhelmed with them. I was really surprised. And I know a lot of people will go and grieve their assessments. That would be normal. But we seem to have so many that it was just like, we in the back of our mind, we're thinking like, hey, what happened here? Did the Guard do effectively the job they're supposed to do, or did they overemphasize the numbers, maybe in a benefit for the municipality, or did something come out of that caused all these certioraries? Do we have any way, and maybe I should ask this of our legal counsel, and working with the mayor in this agreement, or whoever's going to negotiate it, do we have any way that we could protect ourselves from so many inaccurate or so many different changes to the assessments that they come out with? Because last year we spent a lot of time on it and we backtracked a lot of money. Is there any way to protect us in this contract so that if we have that same assimilation of amount of work, that they take some responsibility towards that loss of revenue that they say we have? And I don't care who wants to answer.
Yeah, I mean, I can, I'm not quite sure that I see a method to get to where I think you're going, other than perhaps, I mean, we have the usual remedies available for breach of contract. So for example, if they perform their services so poorly, we have the right to terminate the agreement and seek damages from them. But we would have to prove our damages, and we would have to prove that their services were incompetent. We are requiring that they carry professional liability insurance. I think of something like $2 million per occurrence or something like that. I don't know. Let me finish thinking. Two things. One, I don't know exactly what happened when they did the revaluation before. I think, if I recall correctly, that was the first time one had been done in a very long time, so that the adjustments were enormous in some cases, and beneficial in a few and not beneficial in others, so that you did get a lot of grievances. That, I think, is true. And I just want to emphasize something the assessor said in actually doing a little research in order to write this resolution and to negotiate the contract and to write the memo in support. What I discovered is that equity is the big concern, and you want to keep your properties at 100% full value, because the fact that we're at 85% equalization rate now, that's an average across the city. Some properties are underassessed and some properties are overassessed. And the gap between the average gap between full value assessment and actual market value is 85%. But the more that number grows, the more that gap increases, the greater will be the inequity in the system, so that people who have valuable properties will be underpaying, and people who have less valuable properties will be overpaying. Okay. That's all.
That was good. That was good. But
was excellent.
the other thing I was thinking about is maybe something in the contract that would say, hey, you know, GAR would agree to, you know, maybe reimburse the city 50% of losses through inaccurate accounting of the property. I mean, maybe if we lose 1,000, they put in 500. You know, we take the $500 loss off our tax. It's just some way to guard them, really not to get the money, just to make them be tighter on their numbers and be real with the numbers. That's the first thing. Now, the second thing, and you could just think on it, I don't really need a reply. But Sharon, here, this one's for you. How does this market affect the reassessment? Because we all know that right now in Troy, houses are selling for more than what the realistic value is. And that's because people with money are coming in to buy them, and they're willing to pay that $20,000, $30,000 more than the actual realistic price of that property. How does that affect the person that buys it? But more or less, how does it affect the person next door? Because that house went up. So I would think that if GAR gets a hold of that, they might escalate property values on all the houses around that house. How realistic could we be on the number that we would get? Because this market is so, you know, flexible and volatile at times.
Couple things. The good thing right now is there are so many sales right now that when they put a value on a house, they use not just one sale in the neighborhood. In fact, they usually throw out the high and the low, and they use the ones in the middle to come up with the value. But that's what they use. They use current sales. They'll be using sales through July 1st of 2022, because the reassessment will be completed for the 2023 roll. So that'll give the market some time to settle down, if it's going to or not. You know, nobody really knows what's going to happen, but like I said, they'll use a year to 18 months of history, good sales, you know, not the ones between family members or estates or trusts,
Right.
good valid sales that have been on the market to use to make their base of how to evaluate, you know, all the properties within the certain neighborhoods. And there's differences in every neighborhood in the city, always.
Will it hurt us with them assessing the blighted properties and the abandoned properties? Because how can they really assess that at a full value if it's got a big X on it? But then again, if we reduce that number, then the landlord or property owner skates away with less of an obligation. So when they look at those properties, do they base them on a value of it up and operating? I mean, because those landlords are supposed to get those buildings back up to code. So how do they evaluate that type of property?
So basically, you're valuing property of what they believe it will sell for if they put it on the market. So if it's going to sell for 40,000, then that's what it's going to be valued at. Does that answer your question? I mean,
yeah.
What it would sell for on the market.
So when that happens, doesn't that help the landlord or the property owner that's just abandoned it and let it go? Because now all of a sudden they get a low tax assessment, and that number is going to drop right down because it's an ineffective building for living. And that's certainly not the residents' fault in the city, but is there a way to protect or cover, to keep those landlords in check that they need to do something with that property instead of letting them escape out?
Chances are those people aren't paying their taxes anyway, but that's really a code issue to follow up with. That's really not, an assessor issue. That's for code to chase after that landlord. But like I said, they're probably not paying anyway. It's either going to come to us or to a bank eventually, my opinion.
All right, thank you. Thank you for the answers, guys.
Okay, Councilmember Zaluski.
It's actually to somewhat answer Councilmember Gully. an answer to that would be land value taxation, which is something that I've been talking about for many years. But one of the problems I've always had with property taxes and assessments is that effectively we punish people for improving their properties, right? Because assessments are based on not just the land, but the structures on the land. And if you have a beautiful structure and you maintain it and you add to it and you make it really beautiful, your assessment generally goes up. We base assessments on the quality of the structure, and therefore, of course, people that have kind of run down houses that don't invest in their homes, their assessments go down. So effectively, you get punished for investing in your property, and land value taxation removes that quote unquote punishment by assessing properties based on just the land, and effectively it's the location of the land rather than the structures on the land. So it discourages speculation. It encourages people to maintain the structures on the property. That's a whole separate issue, and we can spend many meetings talking about that. I do want to say that first of all, of course, I support this. I've talked about this for a while. That it is about equity and fairness across the entire city. And Councilmember Gully, you did mention, right now it's a hot market, it's a seller's market, and properties are, if you go on Zillow, and all of us can go look at our own properties, and you're like, wow, my property's really going up in the last 2 years, since COVID. But that's the thing, the market is across the entire city, right? So generally, so everyone's property values are generally going up. Some are going up more, but everyone's generally in the last year or so going up. So the pie, in other words, if a neighborhood, if people are paying more than Jim, you said like they're paying more than the value. I would actually argue that what they're paying is the value, right? Whatever you offer to pay for something is the value of that based on that person. But if values are going up, they're also going up elsewhere. So it's not like one person coming into a neighborhood and buying a property at an inflated value is suddenly going to punish everyone, because the whole city in general is going up. So as your assessments go up, the pie just divides differently, but it doesn't really hammer one person or one neighborhood in that way. But I will say that, as I mentioned before, I had, I think it was Chris Tazi, did some research. Now it's well over a year ago, because we were talking about this a year ago with the budget. But he was looking at properties and the sales in different neighborhoods in the city of Troy, and finding that in certain areas, for example, South Troy, people were coming in and paying a lot more than asking price, or generally the properties were being overvalued in Little Italy and South Troy, because a lot of young people are coming in and buying up a property. It's great for the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Whereas in my neighborhood, the East Side, places were selling at asking price or a little bit lower, and yet assessments on the East Side are very, very high. So the goal here was just to kind of re-equalize everybody. Not to it's not actually. I don't think it's a full citywide reassessment. We're talking about an assessment update. That's what we're calling it. Sharon, you can.
Right, it's an update, but every property will be looked at.
Yeah.
Every value will be looked at.
Okay.
Across.
That's a little different than what we talked about a year ago, when we were going to look at neighborhood trends, right?
Right. It's going to be statistical analysis, but you have to look at it all. You can't just do certain neighborhoods. That's not fair.
Totally understand. And you said this is completed by
Councilmember
2020?
Gully can't, sorry.
Yeah, I thought I had the floor.
Councilmember Zaluski has the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't even answer my question. I apologize.
No problem. I like the back and forth anyway, but I know we're not supposed to.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
It's hard on Zoom. It's hard.
What I will say, though, the other comment I want to make, so all of it, so I certainly support this. I supported it last year. I supported allocating the money for this, et cetera. My issue is when I saw GAR appear on the legislation, and it's bringing back memories of, two people away from me, well, not here, but when we were in City Hall, Dean Bodnar and Sharon, I'm sure you remember Councilman Bodnar, and all of us, we it was one certiorari piece of legislation after another that we were receiving. I understand after an assessment, there are going to be adjustments, but everyone was frustrated, and there was this general feeling that GAR just didn't do the quality job that we expected. And now we're voting on this. We're voting on the same company again, and so I want to see this move forward. I'm nervous about seeing a company that we were heavily critical of back in 2014, 2015. That time frame, and even after that, I'm sure the certiorari legislation continued after I left the council. So can you speak to that at all in terms of, were we just getting too frustrated because there were so many of these things going on at the time, and really GAR did do a good job? Do you feel that they could have done a better job? And if so, what can we add to the contract? What can we do to just assure ourselves that they're going to do what I would think would be a better job than they did the first time around? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they did a great job. That's what I want to hear from you, Sharon.
Couple things. First of all, as somebody already mentioned, prior to 2013, the last reval that was done was 40 years before that.
Yep.
So we had very little data on file. We didn't have any photos on file. We didn't have anything for the public to look at out on our website. That was huge, gathering all of that. Some people answered the questionnaire that was sent, and some businesses sent in their income and expense information. Some people we never heard from. They didn't want to tell us. They didn't want to tell GAR. They just ignored everything. So when you don't have all the information, you don't know what's inside a building, you have to make your best judgment on what you think is inside the building. And that's what they did. And then on the other side, I came in the middle of that reval, and I had done a reval before in the town of Schodack, but I didn't know the city as well as I do now. I've been here almost 11 years, and I have a whole different view of the city. I know the city, and I know the properties, and I know who's, we've been to court with and who we haven't, and I know the neighborhoods a lot better. So I think that with my knowledge, and now it's funny to say, but those people that didn't want to tell us about their building, when we start sending out the garbage bills for the number of units, all of a sudden they want to tell us, they want code to come out and go through it to verify how many apartments they have, because we didn't have the right information. So we found out a lot since then. We've got the number of apartments and buildings. We go to court, they have to give us their income and expense statements. That's the first thing that Dan asks for when they file the paperwork. Okay, give us your expenses and tell us what's going on. And it just makes the process work a whole lot better when you have the right information and you can evaluate from that. And that's basically what happens. If they give us the information, I'm confident that GAR will put will put a number on it that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you, Sharon. So I understand that obviously it's not a perfect science. It's not an exact science. These are all estimates. Assessments are estimates, but the cost, as I recall back then, was $1 million for them to do that. So it's just, I think that's what we were all expressing frustration about, is we felt that we invested a lot of money into this company. And yes, sometimes they can't get into places. They're doing the best that they can. And it is judgment and all of that. But, it seems like their judgment was just wrong a lot of times. And that just brought, it brought a lot of frustration to the city council back then. I'm only here another, month and a half. I won't experience as a city councilor, I won't experience this assessment update, but as a resident, we all will. And I just want to make sure that it happens correctly, that it happens better, that the experience is better than it was back then. So I'll vote to move this forward tonight, but I might want to just talk to you offline, Sharon, and, kind of go over some of the details of this, but I'm just concerned because, again, I see this company and it left such a bad taste in my mouth from back then. And I really believe we have to do this because it is the fair and just thing to do for the city. I just want to make sure it's done correctly. And I don't want to like vote on this, pass it, and then I'm off the council. And then, a year and a half, 2 years later, something bad happens and everyone's complaining about their assessments. And it's like, oh yeah, it was that council back in, 2021 that screwed us. I want to make sure I'm doing the right thing. That's all.
Mhm. Thanks, Councilmember Zaluski. And don't forget, I decided when this legislation came to me to not sponsor it. And you picked it up knowing Gar. And I got to tell you, I talked to you about this, Sharon, last year. I talked to you about it. I've honestly been raising the red flag for over a year now regarding not only this reassessment during a pandemic. What other municipality in the state of New York right now is talking about reassessment? Oh, and we were told, wait a minute, it's a reassessment update. But now tonight, no, we can't do just a reassessment update. This is going to be a full-fledged reassessment. I'm totally with you, Councilmember Zaluski, to get the 86% up. However, and some really good people have actually contacted me who in this field are a little more qualified than me. And one gentleman, and him too, Doug Marks, he contacted me, and I got to tell you, he hit the nail on the head. He said, Carmela, I hope you are well, which is really nice. But I've been thinking about something that might be in the budget if it's a partial reassessment, which, Sharon, you were talking partial reassessment since last year. And now tonight we're hearing citywide reassessment that we can't do a partial. But saying that, I know it was put off last year. I have a general worry. To the best of my estimation, the housing market, which we all heard tonight and from Sharon, unbelievably hot right now. I think one would find that every house in Troy is selling for 20 to 30% more than 2 years ago pre-pandemic. Absolutely. I'm worried that a reassessment would leave some properties at the 2014 level, some properties at 2022. Now we're hearing tonight, though, it's not a partial reassessment, it's a full reassessment, which includes the unbelievable 20 to 30% from last year alone. Real world example. Currently, virtually every 1,700 square foot single family home in Troy is assessed around $160K, give or take. As we speak, 1,500 square feet are selling for $175 to $250, and 1,700 plus are selling for $220 to $320. To me, it'd be the same as doing a partial reassessment a year after the housing crash of the late 2000s. Now, I'm not sure how all this is going to work, but I do know that last year's housing value change has been unbelievably massive. And that makes me think that unless it's taken into account somehow, it would radically skew things. He says he's mentioned this a couple times. Update, he figured out a way for the above to be stated easier. 1,700 square feet, great condition. Our neighborhood, my neighborhood here for a park at 160 doesn't say get reassessed. I'm not sure. Is this a partial reassessment or a full-fledged, Sharon? So you need to verify that. East side, 1,700 square feet gets reassessed for $280. Virtually same size, same condition. Now you have two homes, one at 160, one at 280. So I guess first, is this a partial reassessment, which you talked about last year, which you did, and I'll go back to the YouTube, or is it a full-fledged citywide reassessment?
First of all, it's not a citywide reassessment. It's always been a quantitative analysis. But when you do a quantitative analysis, just like Doug mentioned, and I've talked to Doug several times about this, it's across the whole city. So maybe Doug's neighborhood goes up 5%, maybe Anasha's goes up 10%, maybe Ken's doesn't go up at all. I think he's in Doug's neighborhood. But, maybe another one goes up 30%. You have to look at all of them.
Okay.
But we're doing it quantitatively.
Well, it's another word. You're doing everyone. So it's not going to be.
You have to.
I have the floor, Councilmember Cummings, please. I didn't interrupt anyone. Listen to everyone. I'm hot about this one because I was there and we did come in to an almost bankrupt city. And on top of it, the $1 million GAR certioraries, it was flooding. I cannot tell you how many certioraries came in the first year that we came into office in 2016. And I've said it time and time again, Councilmember Bodnar never ever complains, raises his voice. And here we are tonight, turning around GAR. And even though we only got 2 proposals, I just find it a slap in the face to all the people that came before Board of Assessment, grieved after the citywide, and I get it. We hadn't had an update in a while. I understand that reassessments are supposed to happen maybe every 5-6 years. I understand the last one was GAR in 2013, 2014. However, we have been in a pandemic for 2 years. We don't know how the housing market is going to end up. We have people right now who haven't gotten rent from their tenants in over a year. And you're talking a reassessment? I literally, honestly, I contacted other municipalities. I don't know any other municipality in the state right now that is doing a citywide reassessment during a pandemic. And I just find it nuts that we're talking about this and wasting 45 minutes talking about reassessment during a pandemic. And I am just so hot over this proposal. You tried to propose it last year in the heart of the pandemic. And thank goodness we were able at least to get the majority to chop it in half, and nothing was done. And here we are in December by the holidays, when folks are looking at $26 garbage increase, 2.5% tax increase. Everybody else is at 0, trying to cut. And now we're saying, we're going to give you a citywide reassessment. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, all that good stuff. I am really hot about this. I think it's the wrong time. I think it's a slap in the face to the taxpayers, to the people of Troy, and I am just totally hot about this proposal. I'm sorry. Then I look at the payments on top of it, and GAR's talking about, they're going to do what Sharon said, the video, et cetera, et cetera. I get it, public education. We're still in a pandemic right now. Talk to the landlord that has an egregious tenant, can't even put forward an eviction, and an egregious tenant hasn't gotten rent for over a year. But guess what? You're also going to get reassessed coming February, March, April. Woohoo! Come on, you gotta give these folks a break. And all I'm saying is this is not the time. And I agree with Councilmember Zaluski. There is a time to do this, to get back up to 100%. Now is not the time. I am vehemently opposed against this, and I find it an affront to the taxpayers and the residents of the city. Anyway.
Mr. President.
Further questions? Yes, Councilmember Cummings.
I don't know if this is, I just want to make sure everyone's on the same page here. My math between, like, if I go on the database, the difference between the full market value and the current value is the current assessment would have to go up 18% to get to that full market value. Does that sound?
We're at 84.5 right now. And with the trends, look, next year, somewhere, we're going to be down somewhere in the 70s. We don't know yet, but today we're at 84.5.
It is 20%. If my value, if this assessment gets done and my valuation goes up 20%,
Mhm.
my taxes are exactly the same as they were the year before. Because I went up the average amount. It is only if my assessment goes up 35% and someone else's assessment goes up 18%, that's the re-equalization. Everyone should expect their valuation will go up 10, 20%, or 20, 25%. That valuation does not correspond to their tax bill. When their valuation goes up 25%, their tax bill remains identical to what it otherwise would be. It is only the people who are currently underassessed comparatively. The folks whose and I may well be in this category, where if my valuation gets increased more than that 18 to 20%, then that's what starts to impact my tax bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the idea that the inflated market overall, everyone's valuation goes up, that doesn't increase everyone's tax bills by 20%. That doesn't increase, in fact, and I guess the only other question I have is with regard to the timing in the market. Yeah, we have a ton of data right now. It probably does give us a pretty good comparative analysis of which neighborhoods have which values. Say the market goes down 10% in a couple years. Does that actually extend the need to do a reassessment? Because our equalization rate would then, for a couple years be 110%, and then maybe eventually get back up to 100%. Would you still do a reassessment after 5 years to check in on the balancing, or would you wait until it gets to a 80 or 90% equalization rate?
I think it should be done every 4 to 5 years, regardless.
Okay.
Just to keep it all up to date.
Yep. The other broad thing about GAR, I wasn't on the council when you got the big influx right after the assessment. But from my experience with it, yeah, there are going to be people who disagree with their assessment no matter what. We will never hear from the people who disagree with their assessment, but it is too low. And so I would, obviously we want it to be as fair as possible. But I'd rather see it err towards having a few grievances than err towards a whole bunch of people that are way undervalued on an ongoing basis and not paying their fair share in taxes.
Thank you, Anasha.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cummings. Councilmember Zaluski.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to, I know you said you agreed with me, and then you're talking about the timing. So my slight grievance was not about timing. I want to be very clear. My only possible grievance is with the selection of GAR based on the history. Timing wise, there's never going to be a good time to talk about assessments. No matter when you bring it up, people are going to say, oh no, not another assessment. We cannot continue using the pandemic as an excuse not to take actions that are sometimes difficult to take. And I will say that, yes, there are people that have their assessments go up during the tail end, I hope, of a pandemic. There are also hundreds, if not thousands, of residents in the city of Troy that throughout this pandemic have been overpaying their property taxes because their assessments are higher, they're greater than they should be, and that's not fair to them. So it's, again, the whole notion of this is fairness across the board and making sure that people are paying their fair share and not a penny more. So in terms of timing, I don't buy into the timing argument. You know, we do have to move forward with this. There's never a great time to do it. And just as much as it's tough for someone that might have to pay a little bit more during the pandemic, it's also wrong that through the last 2 years of this pandemic, that there's a large group of people in this city that have been paying more than they should be paying. And, you know, they could be struggling to make their mortgage payments or their rent payments, et cetera. So anyway, again, my issue is with the selection of GAR, and Sharon, I'll talk to you separately about that. I'm not going to belabor this, but as far as timing, I was ready last year to do this. Thank you.
Exactly. And Councilmember Zaluski, I know you were. I didn't agree with you regarding the timing because we don't agree on the timing. What I agree is that an assessment needs to happen at some point to get to that 100%. We totally disagree on the timing because not everybody out there makes a good buck. Not everybody out there is getting by easy. And I know a lot of people who are struggling. And even if it's $300-400 or whatever, $75, that's a lot of money. If you heard yesterday, do you know how many tons of food, and the need for food right now is right back where we were a year and a half ago. We are not coming out of the pandemic quickly. And to do and even talk about reassessment right now is ridiculous. Councilmember Gully.
Sorry, I had to find my mute button. Sharon, quick question. If this contract goes into place, when do they plan to do the assessment and how long will it take before they complete the process?
So the process will be completed for the 2023 assessment roll. So the preliminary values will be mailed out in March of 2023. So they'll have time to meet with GAR to review their assessments. And then letters will be sent. If the people are not happy with their assessment at that point, they can go to the grievance board the fourth Tuesday in May of 2023.
But the tax does the tax actually hit their bill at the second half, 2023 or 2024?
So the first time the new values would be in effect would be the school tax bills that go out. And Troy would be August, September for Berg, and then January of 2024 for city tax, for property tax.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
Okay, so I just want to say we really need to respect the rules of order of the council. You know, when a council member is making a comment, you can't respond to every comment that someone's making. We really need to just, you know, maintain decorum here. And let me say again, because you made a comment about.
Wait a minute. Aren't you going against your rules right now? You're responding to a comment I just said.
So you literally just violated our rules of order again. So just let me have the floor, please.
Of course.
You made a comment about the $75 being could make the difference. I agree 100%. And there's a large group of people in this city that might be paying an extra $75 a month for their mortgage right now. That's a true burden for them, and their assessments could go down as a result of this. Again, I know it's the timing's never good for an assessment, but it's just as unfair as you're saying it is to someone where their assessment might go up and it would be a burden. There are a lot of people in the city right now that are being overburdened when they're overpaying when they should not be. And it's important to recognize that, you know, again, it's that third rule, the 1/3, 1/3, 1/3, and no great time to do it, but you know, we've got to have the courage to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for just violating your rule. I want to put it to a vote, folks. You did it. There you go. You just did it. Hello, everyone.
No, you did. No, you did.
Forward. All right, let's put it to a vote. Any further discussion? Okay, slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Yes.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
I just want to say a small comment here. I let everybody else do their talking. I stayed quiet. I've listened to all this. I don't care if it's GAR or if it's anybody else. I don't believe that doing a reassessment right now is a good time to do it. As Councilman Zaluski said, there's people that are overpaying and it should be fair to them as well. But isn't that why people go down and argue their assessment when they're overpaying to get it down? I'm just gonna knock it into a big long turn here. I'm just gonna say no.
Councilmember Steele.
The longer we wait, the worse it's going to get. Let's do it and get it over with. Yes.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yes.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello. Sharon, I did have a question. I was looking at the payments real quick. On the second payment, if you go to 3.1 payment in the contract, so you got $125 they're going to get in 2022. And then 2023, they're going to get 90. And then you have 20, 25, 45 on 90, 135. I thought their contract was 250, not an extra. Where's this extra 10 coming from?
I don't have it in front of me.
You don't have the contract in front of you?
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm silly. The total was 215. Hold on, I got it right on my phone. Hold on. And then we added on the public stuff. What page is it on?
Let's see. Page 2. You'll see on the top 3.1 payment. So you guys budgeted, while you're on the verge, you budgeted $125 last year. 125 is proposed this year. And I imagine you're going to approve that, but the second payment's above 125. Why are they getting more than 250? If you add it up, it's 45 on top of 90, or you have 45 in extras. Public relations video, $5,000. Can't believe $5,000 for a video. Mailing of new assessments, 15. Informal review process, 25. That's 45 on top of the 90, 135.
Council
Yeah.
Council President,
Yes, Rick.
I believe those figures, I believe the entire contract is 215, and that the video, those other things, I think it says they're included. The payments made in 23 include the following items and values. So the 23 payment is 90,000, and that my understanding is that the language of the contract provides that those values are included. And I think if you go to the addendum to the contract, it might say the same exact thing. And that would be, where is that here? Thought I saw that. I know it was somewhere else in the contract too.
Okay, so Rick, you're saying it's 215 total, not 250, what the council, what the majority budgeted last year, and then the 125 for next year? So it's not 250, it's 215?
My understanding is it's 215.
It's 215 plus those add-ons of 15, 5, and 25, which I selected. So it's 215 plus the
Updated
45.
payment schedule. That, well, that's a little confusing. There's an updated payment schedule here.
Yeah, if you go back to that contract, in the contract, it said the total was 215, and then those were under the add-on part.
So now you're going above the 250 even.
The payment schedule goes into 2023. And the
Well,
budget
I'm
that
not,
would,
yeah, I'm not voting for it, but clearly it's not 250 when initially was told. Now you're talking 2023, you're going to ask for more money. Anyway, you guys, we can figure it out. You got the votes, you know, on my vote. I think everyone knows where I stand, and, you know, somebody even, I got a couple texts while I was talking. Somebody said, you know, the market's overinflated. They've reassessed.
We have to stop.
practice.
Carmela, Council President, point of order. We can't be reading texts in the middle of a vote.
Council
We gotta
member
just stop. You just gotta stop.
Zelinski,
Just stop.
this is this is my vote. You have read text time and time
Not in the
again.
middle of a vote. Not in the middle of a vote. You're out of
During
order.
meetings.
You're out of order. You're out of
Council
order.
member Zaluski,
Okay.
this is
Can
my
we-
vote.
Move
Can we
on.
get back to a
Honestly,
meeting here?
Vote and move
Honestly,
on.
will you let me vote, Council member Zaluski?
That's what we're all
Stop it.
waiting for. Thank you.
Stop it. And you know what? This is exactly just the arrogance of the majority right now. Oh, you know what?
Oh, here we go. Here we go again.
A reassessment has to happen. And you know what? What better time than now during a pandemic? It's absurd that you're even talking about this. I vote no. The vote is 5-2. Passes. Let's move on to, yes, resolution 93, 5-2.
I take offense to you calling the majority arrogant.
Okay. Thank you. Resolution 94, resolution determining that action to install new water transmission mains, phase 2, will not have a significant effect on the environment. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member Cummings. Chris Williams with us. Thank you for hanging out for a long evening, Chris. Why don't you take this away and we'll talk about 94 and 95 together.
Okay, I was just going to ask if you wanted to talk to him about the same time or handled separately.
Same time's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so as you know, we are under construction for phase 1 or the southerly portion of the raw water transmission mains. Those mains will be about 50%. Well, by the end of this year, they'll be about 50% done, that first phase. We're looking at the end of next year, that first phase will be completed. Andy and I had a meeting with the State Health Department. There is another round of funding coming out. Applications are due on Monday. With the applications due, we have to get the secret completed and the bond resolution done, which is resolution 94 and 95. What that means is we can apply for the grants, and it was pretty much told us to apply. We don't get that type of reaction from the state that often, but this project has been on the radar. It's got a lot of wonderful press. It affects many constituents in multiple counties and multiple communities. So it's a positive project for the area, not just Troy, and they welcome that. So what we're doing here for the seeker is we're going to take leadership on it. We followed the process with it. All it states is it's an unlisted, it's under 10 acres of disturbed area, and that we're being lead agency for resolution 94. Resolution 95 is for the northerly phase or the second phase of the raw water transmission main. First phase is about 75% of the pipe. The second phase is for the rest of it up to the rock tunnel out of the Tom Hannock. It's probably another 3 miles of pipe. The cost estimates came in for a total project cost, bond resolutions for 25. The price estimates came in for a total cost of about 35 million. Reason being is the last 3/4 of a mile, the pipe is about 40 to 50 feet deep. We can't just do a normal open up a trench and drop in a pipe and make the connection. The actual connection point, which on the other end of that wall is the Tom Hannock Reservoir, is a very delicate construction project. And obviously when you throw delicate construction project, the cost just goes up. And with the cost of pipe right now, there's obviously a materials increase, but it's a lot of it is just the depth of that second portion. So that project's at 35 million. We're asking for an extra 25 million in bond. The first phase, so follow the math. The first phase, we did a bond resolution for 40 million. First phase came in at $23 million. We're not completely done yet, but it came at $23 million. That leaves about 15, taking a couple of change orders that may come up in the next year. That leaves about 15 million on that can be added on to this bond. So the 25 plus 15 gets us the 40, which is more than enough to complete the entire project. Obviously, we are not going to spend a nickel more than we need to do it. But we want to make sure that the costs are relevant, that the bonds are issued in an appropriate manner, and that we get the maximum grant effect from the state that we possibly can.
Thank you, Chris. And I think council members may have spoken to Andy after receiving this both resolutions. And I did speak to Chris also, and thank you, Chris. I think the big question, which you had answered for me at one point, and it possibly could have been Andy or Chris. So the remainder of the first bonding, the remaining dollars that are unspent, at some point, we will get those dollars back. Correct, Andy?
So Chris did a really good job, I have to say, of explaining that, because this is complicated in how it works. When any municipality closes with EFC, which is how this is financed, as it's a condition of the grant, you close on the full cost of the project. Net grant. So the original bond resolution was $40 million. That was the cost estimate at the time. The city was, and this occurred leading up to the approximately first quarter of 2020. We get a $10 million grant for the $40 million project. In first quarter of 2020, we closed on $30 million of financing with EFC with the $10 million grant. There now is $10 million available on the original bond resolution. So the cost estimate of 35 million is fun, and I apologize. As part of the grant application process with EFC, you have to illustrate that the project is fully funded without the grant. So the city will submit a grant application, assuming this passes finance and council this evening on Monday, with a grant with this $25 million supplemental bond resolution and the $10 million remaining on the first bond resolution. 35 million is covered in bonds in the resolutions. To Chris's note of, well, the project total cost was $23 million before grant funding. That's certainly less than 29. The city's remaining balance of the bond resolution will not be adjusted until a final closing or a secondary closing occurs with EFC. If the city is able to do a secondary closing with EFC, which we are actively pursuing right now, and EFC says yes, that takes 90 days to complete. That is why this bond resolution is coming forward as 25 million. And Chris noted, any monies that are remaining on the bond resolution at the end of the project Section 1 of Resolution 95 states that this can only be used to install two 36-inch water transmissions from the Tomahannock Reservoir to the water plant. It can only be used for that purpose. The funds will not be used for anything other than that purpose. So there will be a significant amount of money remaining on the bond resolution at the completion of the project, hopefully, depending on bids for phase 2. And it can only be used for that purpose, and more than likely, it better just sit idly until the bond resolution is no longer valid.
Very good, Andy. Thank you. Questions for Andy or Chris while they're with us? While Chris is with us, I should say. Great.
Chair.
Yep. Council Member Ash McPherson.
Thank you. I just want to say, I hate bonding. I hate bonding. I hate bonding. I hate bonding. I don't think any of us like to bond. And I think I hate bonding, just in case you missed that. But Andy, I sat down with you and you explained it in layman's terms why, you know, and how, where this all is coming out. So I thank you for taking the time to do that with me. Chris, my question is, and you might have asked this, and I'm sorry if I missed it. This is, did you say 3 miles for them Tomahannock back to the water main plant?
It's 3 miles from where we are finishing phase 1 up to the rock tunnel that leads to the Tomahannock.
Okay, I thought I missed that. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know which way I was going. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, Council Member Ash McPherson. And Chris, timeline, how's it going?
Phase 1 is going very well. There were probably about 2 to 3 weeks off of their schedule, but with the behind their anticipated schedule, but with the wet summer and fall that we had, that is not awful.
No, not at all.
A lot further behind than that. But they have been really rocking and rolling with this current pipe, and we're more than happy with the contractor on this job.
Excellent. Thanks, Chris. Any other questions, discussion? Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, resolution, that was on the seeker. Resolution 94 passes 7-0. Resolution 95, bond resolution in the city of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of an additional $25 million serial bonds to finance the cost of the reconstruction of the city water system. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member Cummings, discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, 7-0, Resolution 95. Thanks again, Chris, and good work, obviously, when this came out. A lot of big exclamation points from all of us. You really explained in depth, you and Andy. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be sticking around for the council meeting after this.
Okay. Resolution 96, resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into an agreement with Food Scraps 360 for collection of compostable waste and the provision of composting services to City of Troy residents. Council President Mantello, at the request of the administration, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Council Member Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Council Member McDermott, discussion.
Mr. President?
Yes, Council Member Cummings.
Mostly just want to congratulate all the work that's been done on this. Good to see a pilot finally going, and great to have partners that can help make it happen without having to bring all the cost on ourselves. I will say philosophically, eventually, I hope that we can grow to this program to the point where it does make sense to have city staff doing the collection efforts. But we'll see how the economies of scale make sense in the future there. I did want to just double check. It looks like there's sort of two contracts. One is our contract and one is their contract. And the one that's their contract has Renee Panetta as the signatory. I assume either that contract isn't a contract or, yeah, Rick, could you speak to that?
Only the mayor has the authority to bind the city with a contract. That came pre-printed to my office. I think I treated it more as a price list.
Yeah.
Because I think there has been some change in the pricing between the time the original grant was awarded and the present day. I expected that authorized signatory would be changed in the final version. What you have before you is substantially what we're going to enter into, but it will change in detail.
Great. Thank you.
Good catch, Councilmember Cummings. Further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Resolution 96 carries 7-0. Resolution 97, don't forget, or 98, I apologize. And there's your condemning, Councilmember Cummings. I was wondering where that was coming from. Resolution 98, resolution condemning ballot harvesting abuses and urging the New York State Legislature to enact restrictions on the release of absentee ballots to third-party individuals. Councilmember Zaluski, is there a motion?
Make a
So
motion.
moved.
Councilmember Cummings, is there a second?
Deal.
Councilmember Steele? Yep. Councilmember Steele, we have a second on the discussion. Councilmember Zaluski, do you want to go into it and then we'll?
Sure,
take it
Council
from there.
President. So yes, this is the condemning one. We don't condemn composting, of course. We love composting. Yeah, this resolution, during the election, and this happened both during the primary and during the general election, an inordinate number of absentee ballots were released to what we call third-party individuals. This is a process that informally is known as ballot harvesting. I'm not going to read the entire resolution tonight, certainly. I'm hoping we'll pass this forward to the December meeting. But by my count, one individual between the primary and the general election carried over 450 absentee ballots. The law was never meant to allow political operatives and candidates and other folks to carry multitudes of ballots, right? I mean, the spirit of the law was that, a family member who can't get down and apply for an absentee ballot themselves or have it mailed to them in time because maybe it's too late. You're within that the week before the election and you can't have it mailed to you. So you have to have someone actually pick it up. Maybe an elderly person, can't make it to the Board of Elections. So you have a family member or someone in your household go and pick up the ballot. The trend that's been happening, at least in Rensselaer County, and I'm not tracking it across the entire state. I actually do think this also happens in New York City, by the way. And this is both parties. This is not a single party resolution, but in Rensselaer County, what's been happening more and more, and certainly has come to a head in the election of 2021, is the carrying of absentee ballots by political operatives and large numbers of them. And these are, to be clear, these are unvoted ballots. So the process, for people that are watching, the process of applying for an absentee ballot, you have to fill out an absentee ballot application. And then on that application, you can elect to have someone pick up the ballot for you. Basically, it's called a release to. And then that application has to be brought to the Board of Elections and a ballot is picked up, and it's an unvoted ballot. It's a blank ballot. And then that ballot must be brought back to the voter. And the voter must be allowed to vote their own ballot and to seal it and sign the envelope. We're talking about, by my count, well over 1,400 ballots were released to third-party individuals during the election of 2021. 1,400, at least. That's a minimum count. I haven't finished the counting yet. That's a lot of ballots that are in the hands of people that are not the intended voters, and that we're trusting that the ballots are being delivered to those voters. And what we're finding, and we're seeing this in the news just as of just a couple days ago, that some voters are coming forward to say that they never voted, but their ballot was delivered to the Board of Elections and it was voted. That's a big, big problem. That's a big problem. We're not alone in this. We're not alone, but I just feel that we should take a stand as a council and condemn this practice of what's known as ballot harvesting. It does not seem to promote democracy. It does not promote voter engagement. It's basically just political operatives gathering up ballots from people and then hopefully allowing the folks to vote and turn them in. But there's a lot of room through that whole process for abuse and for potential fraud. So there's some simple ways we can correct this, right? Most states, and I've been researching this, of course, most states in the United States have ballot harvesting limitations. They have laws against this. Some states, like if South Dakota, limits the number of ballots that can be carried by a third-party individual to 4. Maybe New York State should consider a cap, 5, 10, 20. Like how many ballots should a single person be able to carry that's not their own ballot, right? So it's not up, this resolution is not trying to decide what the law should be. It's just me and hopefully all of us taking a stand saying that the law should have some restrictions and limitations on this practice, because I think we would all agree that it's gotten a little bit, it's gotten out of control in the city of Troy and in Rensselaer County. So, if we think that that one person should not be carrying, between 400 and 500 ballots, this resolution would condemn that practice and call on our state legislature, both the Assembly and the Senate, to make changes to New York State election law to rein this particular practice in. And that's where this comes from. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember Zaluski. Councilmember Gully.
Great, thank you. Ken, I understand the focus. The reality of it is that, unfortunately, a good process gets politicized every election. But in that same process, I just want to ask, because sometimes a team of candidates will be out, going door to door, and they find people who are looking for an absentee ballot or have a reason why they can't vote. So that team of people will have a person that goes around and does this work for them, where it's not just one person doing it by themselves. It's a team of people that kind of talk to everybody, and we just have somebody who's a helper that can go out. And I think that's kind of fair, because there's a lot of people who don't, as we've seen in the numbers of elections in Troy, we have a lot of people who are able to vote but do not bother to vote. And sometimes you have to get in their ear and just say, hey, what's going on? I agree. There shouldn't be any illegal absentee ballots, but I think limiting people is just a violation of their rights, because there's a lot of people out there who won't get out and vote, but yet they want to do it, but they don't. And sometimes you have to have that person, like the person you talk of, or maybe 2 years ago when it was somebody else and we've both seen both sides of the aisle in the paper. So, I mean, it's not uncommon to have some bad apples in a bucket that happen. But the reality is, it's really a service and a help to people who don't get out and don't know I guess there's a lot of people who don't really know about balloting and voting, as was simply evident in District 2, where, one of the individuals brought in numerous absentee ballots, and they were for people who really have never voted before or had any experience voting. So in a lot of ways, when we go out and communicate with the people on the street and we're running for office, we're finding a lot of people who say, hey, I've never voted, or I don't vote. And, we ask the question, why? And you talk to them, they say, well, I would vote. There's a lot of people, but we can't take the time. If you had everybody just limit how many they could get, it really kind of limits the ability for people to vote, because some people just won't get out of their house. And we know that. And I know there's required reasons why they're supposed to have an absentee ballot, and they're all supposed to fill out those forms, right? And we know that sometimes things get screwed up or somebody does, whatever they do, but that's not everybody. That's very limited, and in that exposure to that badness. But with this rate, do we really? I just feel like this is going to limit where we're trying to get people excited and get them out. And it doesn't matter which way they vote, just get them out to vote. In some ways, if we limit how many a person or party could do, you'd never have that resource of having a person that could go around and help like that, to hit addresses and to communicate and coordinate. So it's really not just a person going out and getting those votes. It's a person that works for numerous people to handle. And I'm sure it happened on your side, our side, whatever the heck, it goes on all over politics, it's just the way it is. But to limit somebody just seems like we're limiting the public to their ability to actually get up and use their voice. Because most of them won't do it. If you say 20, what happens when you come to that 21st person and it's an elderly woman and you say, well, I'm sorry, I got my 20. I can't do it, but I'll try to get somebody else to come over. I see your hand, Anasha. Just give me my 5 minutes.
Go ahead. You're fine, council member.
So the reality is, I'm just saying, and I agree, we should try to cut out the chaff, the bad part of it. But I think limiting is not the way to get to that goal. And I could be wrong. I mean, what the hell do I know? But I'm just saying that I just think that we shouldn't take away a person who doesn't have the knowledge, doesn't have the ability, or might have a physical issue where they can't get to the poll. We should never stop anybody from wanting to cast their vote. Just because somebody carries the absentee ballot doesn't mean they're the one that procured it and got it. And I understand. I understand the concerns. I'm just think that it cuts down the effect of getting people energized and getting them to vote. So that's just my thought. And I understand where you're going. I like it, but I just can't support it the way we're talking about it now. But I understand where you're going. Thank you.
Thanks, council member Gully. Council member Steele.
Thank you. There are loads of areas regarding voting that need to be looked at, and I think this is certainly one of them. And I certainly support moving this forward to have our state legislators add this to their list of much needed election reforms. Sure, we run across voters who might need an absentee ballot. But when one individual brings in 400 absentee ballots, that's an abuse. That is an abuse. That is not a service to a voter. That is an abuse. That is fraud. And we need to move this forward. And I commend Councilman Zaluski for introducing it.
Thanks, council member Steele. Council member Cummings.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree there could be a service. I'd love it to see it where we're mailing everyone a ballot. But the post office can carry unlimited ballots. There's no hope to restrict that. Typically, when someone fills out a request for absentee ballot, they get to choose. Do they want to pick it up themselves? Do they want the post office to bring it to them, or do they want a third party to bring it to them? I think the goal here is to push it more towards the post office. So a neutral person is bringing that ballot. I think the unfortunate thing is when a ballot is brought by a political organizer, there's some there's some opportunity for pressure or for and I don't know what's happening where, and I certainly wouldn't want to allege anything, but from a voter's perspective, the sanctity of the ballot is important, and being able to just get it in the mail, fill it out, send it back, protects that sanctity in a way that having a political operative carry it, bring it, knock on your door, stay with you while you fill it out, might not. there might be instances where it's helpful to have someone pester you till you fill it out. And there's a phone number on the ballot. Folks can call people after they get their ballot delivered to them. Still, there's plenty of opportunity to make sure voters vote. But by limiting, honestly, I would say eliminating, except maybe in the last few days while the post office can't get you the ballot, the third-party carriers, you give the voter an opportunity to fill it out at their own table on their own without quite as much opportunity for pressure. I don't think we've seen this in Rensselaer County, but I know at least not, we certainly saw it in Rensselaer County back in the era of Bat Shea, people buying votes. There's a lot of potential for that in this system. I don't see that. I hope that's not happening here, but I am concerned about the ease with which our current rules would allow that to happen and go under the radar. So I think, it is important for the state legislature to take a look at it and, protect voters and make sure they have the opportunity to vote in privacy and get their ballot into the Board of Elections.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. We have a couple more hands up before we get to you, Councilmember Gully. We'll do Councilmember Ash McPherson, who hasn't spoken yet.
Thank you. I just want to say that, everybody has the right to vote. And it was during the last presidential election that it was anybody and everybody had the right to vote. And there was no excuse ballots. And they went out and got ballots, operatives all over the place, candidates. They went out and got ballots throughout the country, throughout the states. You're talking about 329 ballots. I'm going down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas 329 ballots, that was a county. That wasn't just in one, that's a county. So I'm going to ask to make an amendment to this. And the amendment I'm going to ask to make is to add into that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think it's the 6, whereas at the end of that, and I'd like to add, and a candidate in a city district brought in 74 applications for an absentee ballot in one day. So I'd like to add that to make an amendment and add that. If you're
Okay.
going to start singling out people, I mean, that's, let's
Good
put that in
point.
there as well.
It's a fair point. So we have a motion on the floor.
Hey,
to
can I ask-
amend.
Just repeat the language of that just one more time?
Yep,
Just repeat the language.
Councilmember Ash
So I can write
McPherson.
it down.
Or why don't you type it in the chat if you want? It's up to you.
No, I'll read it.
Okay.
At the very, on the whereas number 6, and it says, and a candidate in a city district brought in 74 applications in one day for absentee ballot.
Got it, Mara?
I'm sorry, what was the number? 74?
74.
Okay. So you said, and a candidate in a city district brought in 74 ballots?
74
Or applications.
applications in one day.
In one day. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. So we have a motion on the floor. I think everybody hopefully heard it. If not, Mara will read it back. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second, Councilmember Gully on the discussion of the amendment. We'll take a quick, slow roll.
Council President.
Yep, go ahead, Councilmember.
I actually am not opposed to that. But if we're going, if we're going to start, I have all the statistics up. So if we want to talk about people and the amount of ballots they brought in, we can add it. We can add every statistic to the resolution. I'd be happy to do that. I'd be happy to name names too. I have no issue with that.
Okay.
Well, if you want to make this political, Councilman Zaluski, I
It is
mean,
very
that's where you're going with this, you're making it political.
Point of order, please.
Councilmember, thank you.
I think I have the
Councilmember
floor.
Ash McPherson, Councilmember Zaluski has the floor, and there is a motion on the floor, and there is a second. So on the discussion of the motion.
Yeah, so on my feedback on that is that I was using the greatest number to show the greatest abuse. And actually the number, my motion was going to be to correct that number to be 456 because it turns out the number was wrong. So it's not 329, it's 456. And, but if we want to, I guess I'll support what you want to do, Kim, we should probably put all of the top ballot harvesters into the resolution. I was trying to avoid that. I was trying to avoid, I just wanted the biggest number to show that this is a tremendous abuse and that something should be done, right? I was trying to actually not let it get too political. But if we are going to start adding people in, we can do top 5, top 10, whatever you want to do. I'm happy to do it.
Okay.
I guess I want to ask back to you, Councilmember Ash McPherson, if you want to keep that in there, then I'll amend as well. But I just wanted to amend the number. The number's not correct.
No, Councilmember Ash McPherson, you're good. We're good. Councilmember Zaluski spoke. We have a motion. We have a second. Further discussion on the motion. We're going to take a slow.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
This is the ugly thing about politics. It goes deeper than real purposes. And it's disgusting in my eyes. If we want to make any amendment, I would make the amendment to take out that whole whereas, because we don't need to throw numbers or throw darts. If we're looking to better a process, we don't kick it back before we move it forward. Just my thought. You can do whatever you want, but I just think that the whole line should be taken out. And we should keep it focused on the real point of order here and not the dart. Okay, just my thought.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Duly noted. We have a motion, second, further discussion. We're going to take slow roll. Councilmember Gully on the amendment only.
I really don't know how to vote because I really don't want to put anything in there. I don't think it's right that we do anything. And I know that Councilwoman Ash McPherson just trying to point out that this person is not the only person who brought in ballots. So I'd rather see the whole thing eliminated and not put in there.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You know what? This is a political thing. I just wanted to make a point. I'm going to withdraw my amendment. I wanted to make a point of how political it is.
Okay, amendment withdrawn. We will take out Councilmember Ash McPherson's amendment. All good. On the original amendment or on the original resolution is
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
I would like the council to consider making amendment to remove that one whereas, as I just feel that at that point we're pointing fingers and it's really not the purpose of this whole resolution.
Yep. Do you want to make a motion to delete it?
I would like to make a motion for the council to consider that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for the council to consider deleting. It doesn't make sense. Either you want to delete it or you don't. Council member, do you want to make a motion to delete? All right, we have a motion on the floor to delete the whereas ballot harvesting has been practiced locally, most notably the 329 absentee ballots. So there is a motion to delete that paragraph. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Ash McPherson. So you're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're looking at paragraph 5. Motion and second to delete that paragraph. On the discussion of the motion.
And so just a correction, it's paragraph 6.
Sorry, thank you, Mara. Oh my gosh. Okay.
It's getting late.
I know it's getting very late for one of these. But, on the discussion of the amendment.
Council President.
Yes, Councilmember Zaluski.
That whereas, which I wrote, was I did not single out anyone's name. And the point of it is to show the magnitude of the abuse of ballot harvesting. So I think it's important because it's impactful. It shows that we're not just talking about, oh, we're complaining about, oh, you know, some people are carrying a bunch of ballots, and I mean, it puts and again, the number is incorrect, but my motion is going to be to amend the number to the correct number for the election. But the point is, do we or do we not agree that a single individual who's not a voter, or who's a single individual who's effectively a political operative should or should not be carrying hundreds of ballots that belong to other voters? And I again, let me make this point, because Jim, you're right. We don't want to limit anyone's ability to vote. We do not want to do that. Ballot harvesting is different than just allowing people to vote, right? I mean, people, as Councilman Cummings stated, every voter has many, many means to cast their vote. Now, in fact, in 2021, this election in Rensselaer County offered more access to voting than at any point in history in the county, and probably in the state of New York. We had the 7 days of early voting. There were complaints about the original voting location for early voting. It got moved to a location that was on a bus line, making it more accessible. We've got the no excuse absentee ballots. It's very easy to apply for them. You know, we're not quite where the state of Colorado is, where they just, I think it's Colorado, where they just mail everyone a ballot. That's really, and I would support that. Like, you mail everyone a ballot, and then you can cast your ballot easily that way. The problem is not in the number of ballots or whether there's an excuse or not, or any of that. I agree that all of that makes it easier to vote. My issue is that third-party individuals should not be in possession of dozens, if not hundreds of ballots. That's the only issue. Limiting it to 5 or 10 per individual would allow people to go out and maybe in their neighborhood gather a few ballots, but it would not allow massive abuse of ballot harvesting. So that clause just shows the magnitude that we saw in the last election. I'm not going to support striking that clause. I think it should remain in there. Thank you.
Okay, on the further discussion of the amendment to delete paragraph 6, we're going to take slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
Would believe we should do that.
All right, Councilmember Gully is aye. Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Aye.
Councilmember Steele.
No, I agree. It speaks to the magnitude of abuse that we've experienced and the need for reform.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yeah, I think, you know, the purpose of this paragraph isn't to score political points locally. It's to make the point to the state legislature, the scale of this issue. I think it could be helpful to depersonalize it a little bit by adding in something about the number of people carrying more than 30, say, as well. But I think the maximum is also certainly a required part. Well, I'll talk about that later and not try to make an amendment right now. But I'm open to possible changes to it in the future. But for now, I'll vote no on the amendment.
Okay. Councilmember Zaluski.
No.
Councilmember McDermott.
No.
And Council President Mantello, I am a policymaker for the state legislature. This resolution is asking not only Daphne Jordan and Senator Breslin, but obviously my boss is a state senator. I have to recuse on home rules and requests to the state Senate. And so I have to recuse myself on the amendment and the vote on the final bill. So 6, the amendment fails. 4-2-1. Yes, thank you. Back to the original resolution. Is there further discussion?
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember Gully.
Ken, do we know if that employee who brought the votes, and were any of those votes subject to being checked, and were any of those votes found to be either illegal that person brought in? I know there's a story about someone else, but I mean, listen, 2 years ago, 4 years ago, people lost seats with those absentee ballots, just like happened this year. It happens every political year, and I know it's a detrimental thing, but I found it very enlightening to have a person that we could utilize to handle that paperwork. I mean, because we're so busy out there trying to meet so many people. I just found it as a part of a team, not a political, whatever you called it, but just a part of a team, you know. I mean, just like the Democrats are a team, and you had your thing going with your social media and all that stuff, the Republicans had it. So we had a person that did a lot of the paperwork and running to allow us to really reach out to the people in our districts. And I know, but when you call it fraud, there really was no fraud. There was nothing ever brought up that any of those ballots were fraud. There was nothing that said those ballots were illegal. I'm sure they went somewhere. So I really want to watch the tone that we bring this when we start to throw those accusations out, because there's really no information or any concrete evidence that any of those ballots were done illegally or whatever the word is, mischievously. But I just think that, you know, I want to be careful. Maybe that person just really worked hard for the people that she's loyal to or they're loyal to. And maybe they were part of a group, part of a system. And I know that happens on both sides. So this year we had a lot of luck with going around and asking, you know, the fun thing was going to houses that weren't on the list to ask them if they've ever voted and they wanted to vote. And I think that's how a lot of those accumulated. Probably shouldn't have said that on a speaker, but anyways, it is, you know, because we just went out door to door to everybody that wasn't on the list. But I think both sides have done it. This year, we figured out a system to have one person running around that would handle, so it would free up time to really meet the people that we serve. And I'm sorry that you feel that. I know you call it harvesting. I like to call it interacting. You know, I know it was a great amount of votes, a great amount of paperwork the person brought in, but none of them were proven to be bad, illegal, and none of them were discarded. So maybe that person just did a really good job. Maybe they did a better job at working their position that they were running. I don't know. But I'm just going to leave it with that. And it is what it is.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Council President.
Yes, Councilmember.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor this much longer. I just want to say that, you know, all of us as candidates worked hard. In fact, you know, those of us that were running for election that are, you know, here right now, we all worked hard. The time to help a voter get an absentee ballot will be when you're at their door, Jim. Not to allow a political operative to show up later on and hit them again. The time is like when you're there talking to them and selling yourself as a representative to say, hey, listen, if the person says, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it to vote, hey, I happen to have with me right now an absentee ballot application form. You could fill it out, send it in. I'm happy to send it in for you. They'll mail you a ballot. The issue is, it's not about you know, interacting and all that. It's about taking advantage and disenfranchising voters. And let me just say this, because you started this, Jim, by saying you know, there's no proven fraud. The resolution doesn't allege fraud. I want to be very clear. In fact, since I wrote the resolution before the story popped out in the Times-Union on Monday regarding actual alleged fraud. But you know, the resolution is not meant to call out. It's meant to draw attention to the fact that there's the potential for fraud when you have people that are not, you know, you as someone running for office, you go to a voter, you talk about your platform, you get their support, and then if they tell you, oh, I need an absentee ballot, yeah, you can help them get the ballot. But that's not exactly what's happening here. And you know, we've gone back and forth on it so much. I just want to be very clear that this is not the resolution is not saying, oh, look, there's fraud. There's no proven fraud that I'm aware of right now. There are multiple cases of alleged fraud, and the state police have been investigating, and you know, the New York State Board of Elections is investigating, and there's various things that have gone on during this election. But there's nothing that's no one's been arrested, and as far as I know, there's been no proven fraud. So, but the issue is, do we all think that it's appropriate that someone should carry hundreds of ballots, and is there the potential for fraud? And we now have a person, a resident voter in the city of Rensselaer who said, my wife and I have never voted. We don't vote, but a ballot was cast for them. And it was carried by one of the people on my list, when I was adding up the numbers. So, there's definitely the potential for fraud. And we should acknowledge that. We should acknowledge that.
I get it. And
Councilmember Gully, Councilmember Gully.
Just to the point, Ken, I think it's more pressurable when the candidate is standing there handing him a ballot. What I did was just say, hey, if you'd like to vote, I'll have somebody stop by and bring you the paperwork. You can fill it out, and then they'll bring you back your ballot. You do your job. But see, I didn't want to be there and pressure them because I didn't want to influence the way they thought. So I didn't want to do that. I wanted to have someone neutral that would bring the paperwork there to handle that. And a lot of people thought that was a good idea to have that neutrality, and that where if you're the candidate, you're standing, you're filling it out. That's more pressurable than saying I'll send somebody over later. So let's get to the end of this because we've talked about this a lot. We still have to go to December 2nd. We can talk about it more. I'd definitely like to engage in a conversation with you. But I'm just saying that I'm just expressing my feelings. So that's just the way it is.
Cool.
All right. All right.
You're
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you, Councilmember Gully. Further discussion, questions? All right, slow roll. Councilmember Gully.
At this time, I cannot support the resolution.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
No.
Councilmember Steele.
Definitely aye.
Councilmember Cummings.
Yes.
Councilmember Zaluski.
Aye.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Council President Mantello, I recuse. We have a vote of 4-1. Resolution, I apologize, 98 passes. And I'll take a motion to adjourn. Please don't go. We have a special meeting. Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you. Councilmember Zaluski, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully, discussion to adjourn. You sure? I'm kidding. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, we adjourn 7-0. Mara, do we need any time to go into the special or can we keep rolling?
No, let's go right away.
Let's do it. Hold on. I just got to get my agenda up, please. Even though I know it's on it. All right, let's do it. Councilmember Steele, do you still have your flag? Thank you so much. Councilmember Zaluski, why don't you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Zaluski. Mara?
Councilmember Gully.
Unbelievably still here.
Councilmember Ash McPherson.
Present.
Councilmember Ash McPherson gets a gold star for sitting through this with a migraine. Councilmember Steele.
Barely present.
Councilmember Cummings.
I am present.
Councilmember Zaluski.
The smell of pizza is permeating the house, so I'm still here, but not for long.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Council President Mantello.
No pizza smell. My son just had leftovers and I'm jealous. I'm here. Thank you.
7 present, none absent.
Okay, presentation of the agenda. We do have 2 very important resolutions that were just passed in finance, probably about an hour ago. So we'll get right to them. Mara, no one on the public forum?
Actually, Eric Wisher signed up for this public forum as well, and remarkably is still on this call.
All right, Eric, you can join us. Thank you. Look at that. Good evening, Eric. I do applaud you for your strategy. I mean, you got to give kudos. Geez, go ahead, Eric. You're on mute.
Can you hear me?
We can now. Thank you.
I didn't want to waste your time. I only signed up for all three, so I didn't get shut out like last week. I got nothing to say for this meeting. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. Thanks for joining. All right.
Council President,
Yes, Councilmember McDermott.
he didn't get shut out last week. I did let him speak.
Yes, you did. Thank you. Local laws, none. Ordinances, none. Resolution 94.
Resolution determining that action to install new water transmission mains, Phase 2, will not have a significant effect on the environment. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion, Councilmember Zalusky. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember McDermott, and Chris is with us if we have any questions, additional questions. Thank you again, Chris. Chris, we are applying, obviously, and Friday, tomorrow is the deadline. We're all square.
The application is complete. I just need these two resolutions to be formalized, and then they will be attached to the rest of the document and submitted.
Awesome. We love to hear that, and hence why we're doing this tonight. So thank you for all your work on this, Chris. It's such an important, obviously, infrastructure project, and obviously public safety, public health. So thank you to you and your team and Andy for pulling this together. Further discussion, questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Sorry, Resolution 94 passes 7 ayes, 0 no.
No problem. Resolution 95.
Bond resolution of the City of Troy, New York, authorizing the issuance of an additional $25 million serial bonds to finance the cost of the reconstruction of the city water system. Council President Mantello at the request of the administration.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, Councilmember Zalusky. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Resolution 95 passes 7 ayes, 0 no.
Just want to, before we close, thank everyone for a very long night. I know we got a little tense here and there and a little passionate, but we got through it. And go get your pizza, Councilmember Zalusky, and I hope everyone has a good night. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion, Councilmember Zalusky. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Councilmember Gully. Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you, Mark.